I'm here. So probably nobody else is, but that's all right. Yes, it's one of those mornings I show up in my night clothes. I think it's allergies with my eyes at this point. You see. I don't know what else it could be. So I was praying for you guys. I was thinking about you guys quitting smoking and you guys seeking Abba just like I'm seeking him. And I lost $20 this morning. A bottle of Kratom. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know what happened to it, darn. So anyway, my status is that I'm not drinking soda at all. Not that this is any better, but actually it is better because it's not soda. I am not vaping. I am not smoking cigarettes. I am not coveting. I am upholding my vows of celibacy. So no smoking cigs, no vaping, no even using the vape juice, even though it was 3 milligrams, no using the vape juice to blot it on my tongue, no patches, no nicotine. I'm not drinking. Abba started teasing me yesterday. He was saying, come on, Ha, let's take communion for our 7-year anniversary. And I'm like, but I don't feel like drinking wine. I just don't have a taste for it. He's like, oh yeah, but all the other times. I was like, thanks, Abba. But he was teasing me a little bit about it. And I was like, Abba, you have no idea how happy I am not to run to alcohol to numb my spiritual gifts or to run away from very bad things that are happening to me in my personal life, such as the gang stalking and gaslighting. And he teased me a little bit, but we took communion. I had like a half a cup of wine, and then the next thing you knew is I was laying in bed tired. But I haven't had any dreams. I've been having a lot of visions, yes, but as far as the dreams, it's quiet at night, and I really thank you, Heavenly Abba, for that piece of just closing my eyes and it's just sleep that I get. Excuse me one moment. I hope you guys can hear me. I hope my settings are right because I have everything connected today.
I am gonna get this right eventually. I think I've got it. I think I've got it. This time. Uh-oh. No, I have to open it. I'll be back, hang on. There we go. Okay. So, sorry, I burnt my kratom. What got on my microphone? Something got on my microphone. You know what? I can't even see. If I try to focus my eyes, I get a really, really aching headache. I'll just get my vacuum and something got on my mic, on my perfect mic. No! I don't know how to clean a mic. Who out there knows how to clean a mic so I don't do any damage to it? I better stop while I'm ahead and stop looking around. And how do I clean it? Where's one of my podcasting buddies to give me advice? I'm going to have to type Johnny. Say, what do I do? Hey, good morning, James. I was just thinking of you. Do you know how to clean a mic? There's something on it. And I started picking at it, but I better stop. So I had to remake the kratom. I lost a bottle of kratom this morning. I bought 2, and I didn't want to do that. I wanted to take the money that I was going to spend on kratom and tithe it to somebody instead of buying kratom. But I woke up, I started vomiting this morning. That came back. Oh man, I really had a miserable morning. I really did. So, and it's hard to drink the kratom tea all the time. I can't wait for my license to come. Oh, I can't wait for the state to get back to me and then get my medicinal cannabis license. And take a break from the kratom altogether. I'm back to eating. Oh my goodness, like a pig too. Although last night was bad because I ripped into a bunch of candy. My tongue is all burnt. My tongue and the roof of my mouth from eating these sour things. And then I made a whole big thing of Toll House cookies. I didn't eat them, but I had them for breakfast. I had some Toll House chocolate chip cookies and cottage cheese for breakfast this morning. Breakfast of champs. Well, once the vomiting stopped. And I had really terrible gut aches. Okay, apparently I forgot to get the bananas. But last night, Abba took me food shopping and we bought like every fruit that looked feasible to eat. I forgot the bananas though. And I came home and I had blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, strawberries. I bought grapes, but I didn't put them in. And then I got vanilla yogurt, mixed them all together, sprinkled sugar on top. Oh my God. I ate like 3 bowlfuls of that. Well, apparently I can't eat that at night because with the intestinal problems, the irritable bowel syndrome, I guess with all those little, you have the raspberries, the strawberries, the blackberries. I guess it's better if I eat my fruit and yogurt during the day so my body digests it and I don't have any intestinal pain. But to eat it at the end of the day causes a lot of problems and could have been part of the reason why I started vomiting this morning. It was a rough morning, I will say that. But I'm past it. Good morning, the Broken 76. So I'm past it. I'm feeling better. But yeah, I've been like eating. I went to the store to get like cheese and hamburger rolls because I was like thirsting for like a juicy cheeseburger sandwich, just a plain juicy cheeseburger sandwich. And I went to go get cheese and hamburger rolls. I didn't have any. And I ended up getting a ton of fruit. Ooh, that's what I could have for lunch. I went to the mall yesterday and I bought a few things, but I want to go back to the mall and exchange one of the items I got. And then Keeper's going to the vet today. I'm taking Keeper to the vet today finally. That is such a huge burden. So I wanted to encourage you guys, because I know some of you are quitting smoking, or some of you are going through like something else that you gotta give up or that you gotta change in your life. So whatever it is, like if you have a bad day and you stumble, don't let that determine the rest of your journey. Get right back up, whether it's the following minute or the following hour or the following day or the following week. Just get right back up and try to stick to it. The devil hates it when you try to stick to it. But remember, and I was telling myself this morning, Holly, if you resist the devil, he will flee from you. And you guys know I'm struggling with cigarettes. Yes, I smoked a cigarette this morning. I did a lot worse than just smoke a cigarette this morning, but it was irking at me, and I did turn around and fix the problem. I did, and I've had Abba with me working through it, and he says, Holly, perfection. He says, Holly, I'm not expecting perfection. I'm not expecting perfection. And now I know why he kept saying that is because I got sick this morning, and I was just grasping at straws at the environment around me to ease my physical ailments of vomiting and running back and forth to the bathroom, and then the cold sweats, and then the oh my goodness, So I fumbled this morning, guys. I really did. In more ways than one. But I am back up on the horse, so to speak. I did not bring nicotine in my house, although, yes, I did screw up with it this morning. I'm sorry. I repent, Abba, and I rebuke those thoughts. I do not want to listen to Moloch. I want to listen to your voice. So for you guys out there, whatever you're doing, if you are going through something where you have to take something out of your life and it's very difficult, I just want to encourage you guys to keep going forward. I know it's awkward and unpleasant and uncomfortable, but it'll be okay in the end. And Abba's not going to abandon you, especially if you're doing it for him. He's not going to abandon you. And he's going to be there even if and he is there even if it feels like he's not. He is there. Hey, Deaf Bread. I own it. You own the good day. I want to have a good day too, James. I own the good day. The morning was a little bit bumpy, but you know what? It's passed. It passed. And that won't determine the rest of the sunny day. Good morning, Deaf Bread. How are you? Yeshua blessings. So you know what? I'll own the good day. I won't own the mess up of this morning. I won't own the cigarette. There was something else I did to ease the pain. I don't want to talk about it. No, I didn't drink alcohol, but anyway, that's past. Let's look to the day. And you know what? You're right. The sun is out. So Keepy Eepies is finally going to the vet. We're going to get her medicine. $120 a month, but I want her to be comfortable. That's just the medicine, but I got the money for the vet bill, so thank you, Abba. Thank you for the people that made donations that made it possible for me to get my dog to the vet, to take that load off of my shoulders. And honestly, Abba, and honestly, people, it was donations from you guys that is making it possible for me to get my dog to the vet. Which reminds me, I got to get the oil changed in my car. And yes, the donations also went to me buying food, especially that big bag of candy I ripped into last night. The best is to go to the dollar store when you buy candy, because $10 gets you really far in a dollar store for candy. But and like soap and toothpaste, like I try to go to the dollar store first and then to ShopRite. So whatever you guys are going through, I just want to encourage you, and I want you to know that Abba is there with you. Even if he doesn't have like a heavy presence, he's there dwelling in you. And he's probably the one that's nudging you with the good thoughts too, you know. But I noticed that they've tried to silence Heavenly Abba, so his voice is really faint in this world. But look at the United States Capitol. They have a Bible bound up underneath the Capitol building in the U.S. Yeah, they're definitely trying to silence God. So where Moloch's voice is like, wah, 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 all the time, Abba's voice is kind of small in this world. That small, still voice. So, I just hope I keep listening to the right one. Hey, ECWNW. You know, I was just thinking another spoonful of sugar would help this cranium go down. Ooh. You know, I didn't get bread, but I got the sesame seed rolls. I could make like an egg and cheese sandwich. All right, let me go get sugar, another thing of sugar in my kratom, and then I'm going to talk to you guys more while I daydream about what I'm going to make myself for breakfast. Because I'm eating again. Hey. What are you doing, Keepies? What are you doing, you pretty girl? get a satellite image. Yeah, they do. Hey, good serving. How are you? Stop. Hey, good morning, V. How are you? Is that tea? Ugh. You know, I should put a tea bag in it. That might help it. Ooh, and it would give me a little bit of caffeine too. That's a good idea. Hang on a second. Let me go get a tea bag. Stop, Keep. You're not getting any. Out of here. Okay, yes, now it's tea. Now it's tea. I went to buy Kratom this morning and I lost one of the bottles, so this is Kratom. And now it's Kratom with a tea bag. Get in there. That should help. Hopefully make me feel a little bit better. I went to the mall yesterday and they sell this stuff. Here, let me show you. Why not? I'm like up and down, up and down. Yes, I have when I was a kid. Yeah, I know, I wish, but hold on a second. When I was a little kid, my grandparents took me to Washington, D.C. I remember the Lincoln Monument. I remember the phallic thing or whatever it is. I think we went up in the top of it too. I wanted to go back to when I was in Germantown, Maryland. I wanted to go to DC and walk around, but I wouldn't have been able to put it on video because the plastic Christian couple would have been manipulating me the whole time. They would have been wanting to take pictures of me, but they wouldn't have allowed me to take pictures of them. It was always one-sided. I don't go for that garbage. I'd like to go back to see it, but yeah, I was in Germantown, Maryland for 4 or 5 months, and I never once made it to DC. I wanted to, but I was dead set on hitting a dispensary too. I should have while I was there. I still could. While I'm down there, I could visit a couple of friends too. That would be cool to visit some of you guys. Anyway, so I went to the mall yesterday and they had this stuff. And I'm looking at it. And it says legal limit THC. See, this isn't the THC. It's like THC, but it's not. It's still ripped apart. So this is premium THCO flower infused with terpenes. And it says 35%, not 0.3% like CBD has THC, but this says 35%. Yeah, it smells, but it doesn't. It doesn't have, it's missing something. That's probably why they can sell it over in stores. Did I see any mall rats? No, I saw like a group of teenagers. They were kind of hanging out, but that was cute to see them hanging out. It was like 6 or 7 of them, and they were talking and just looking at things. I know they were sizing this stuff up. But they didn't really look like they were getting into any trouble or anything like that, you know. It was a nice mall, though. It wasn't Jay. Oh my God, if that was Jay and Silent Bob ECWN, I would start up an HTV live stream instantly, and I'd be like, yo, ECWN, watch this. I'm going straight up to him. I'd charge him. I'd be like, I'll charge Silent Bob first because he can't yell. So I'll go at him first. And I'll videotape Jay screaming and running away. When I was at the deli, I was trying to get a couple of the coworkers, the younger kids, to like do a little skit with me to reenact Jay and Silent Bob. You know that movie Clerks? Well, I never got paid. Anyway, I never got paid, so it doesn't matter. But I was at this deli gas station place, and there was one kid. I was like, come on, man, it would be so funny, just you and then me. We just need a third person to hold the camera. And he was like, yeah, okay. Well, it never panned out, but that would have been funny. Yeah, they're from Jersey, Red Bank. Yep. I was going to go down. They used to do like these tours, I guess, where they'd rent a bus and then like go watch a movie together. And yeah, they were in Mallrats. I remember that Mallrats, The Clerks. What else? I saw all their movies. I liked them. They cracked me up. Silent Bob is the brains. And when he does speak, it's one sentence and it's always profound. And it like, he stands there and he like postures himself. And then he speaks. It's like Chasing Amy. Oh, they were in that movie Dogma. That was my favorite. That movie Dogma. All the characters in that. Oh man, I love that movie. All those characters. Dogma. With Chris Rock. He's like on the 13th apostle. Well, yeah. You know, if you add the 12 plus the 1 Yeshua, there were kind of 13 of them. Anyway, I don't know. I liked it. It had a lot of good points in it, but it also had a lot of falsehoods in it. But I thought it was good. And at the end when, what is it? Alanis Morissette comes out and she's like, now I don't believe God's a woman at all. And that was kind of like, why'd you have to go and do that? But I liked Alanis Morissette. I think that's her name, the singer. Long dark hair from Canada, beautiful girl. But I mean, I like her. She did a great part in that. but I would have preferred it to be a man playing that role. But that whole movie, I really enjoyed it. I watched it a few times. So I can't believe I lost that bottle of Kratom. It sucks. Alright, so I better see how broke I am today. So now I know how much money I can't spend at the vet's office. I'm so happy I get to take her. My next thing is I'm going to save up to take Seva just for a checkup because she hasn't been there in so long. Slip trick radios. What's that to Deaf Bread? The You know what they do in Jersey? Apparently, I only knew this because I was a short order chef and people talked to me. But there was this one guy that would always come in with $2 bills, and I'd be like, oh my God, $2 bills. My papa used to give them to me, and blah, 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 blah. And he showed me this one time. He had a stack of them. I was like, I thought they were rare. He's like, rare? He goes, no, they give them out in the strip clubs in New Jersey now. Instead of singles, you tip the girls $2 bills. He goes, I wouldn't know anything about that. I just happen to have a stack of them. And there I am, like, totally buying it. I'm like, oh, okay, yes. I completely believe that you've never set foot in a strip club ever because you told me that, and I believe everything you're saying, even though you're standing there with a stack of $2 bills. Like, seriously, guys, that's how I am. Like, to a T, that's how I am in person. I mean, I believe what you tell me. I'm not cunning. So why would I? You know, it's easy to trip me up with a joke because I'm gullible. Hey, good morning, sis. Hey, I wanted to encourage you. You're doing so well. I know smoking is tough. I stumbled this morning, Roxy. I did. But then I asked Abba. Thank you, Bridge, for this little nugget of thing. Then I asked Abba, bring me back in the truth. I rebuke these bad thoughts and I repent. I don't want to listen to them. I have your power to put my nicotine down. I just need to get my wagon straight. But I wanted to encourage you, Roxy, because it is so hard. And I was thinking, wow, wait a minute, Holly. It wasn't that you just gave up cigarette smoking. Like, when I prayed and fasted, Roxy, I quit the cigarette smoking, but I still vaped for a week. So then after the vaping for a week, I gave that up. But then after that, I wasn't vaping and smoking, but I was still using the actual nicotine juice during the day to get me through. And then the last couple of weeks, I finally weaned off using the nicotine juice, and I wasn't using anything. Well, this time, Abba said, no, we got to get rid of it all because it's just dug in too deep, Holly. You got to eradicate the entire thing. You got to get rid of it all. So I did, but yeah, I gave it up. Just all of it. So it's interesting. I'm just so used to smoking and vaping and having something in my hand. So, but this morning was a little bit rough, but today looks like it's going to have a much brighter outcome. They're just uncirculated. Yeah. Well, now I know how they're getting uncirculated. You know, the broken 76, like being in the hospital or something like that. Yeah, I use the nicotine patches. I had them, but I just got rid of them. So I just quit. Oh, I'm so sorry about JD. I'm so sorry for your pain, Roxy. I hope you feel better. I pray Abba comforts you and soothes your soul. I am so sorry. Yeah, I can't call my mom anymore because I discipline her. I won't let anybody talk to me like that. Well, lady, I'm not your mutt. Now, that's a nice way to put it. But, lady, I'm not your mutt. And the way you're treating me is uncalled for, and you are fully capable to do it yourself. That's what it is when I said that was the worst thing I said to her. It didn't matter about sounding like a sailor. It didn't matter that I was sick and she was over the top. What the kicker was when I said, you're fully capable to do it yourself. Go get up and do it yourself. That was it for her. I'm not letting anybody talk to me like that. Yeah, because you want everybody to wipe. Never mind. Oh, the pouches. Oh. I tried them. We didn't work well together, the broken 76. I tried them. They didn't really work for me. The gum, I hated the taste of it. Not unless it was not like the lozenges they have, like those big white things. But they used to have these they were straight little nicotine pills. They were small, brown, straight nicotine. Those I liked. But the lozenges and stuff you get in Walmart and Rite Aid and places nowadays, I don't like those. Good morning, not without my dog. How are you? Keeper's going to the vet today. Oh, Roxy, I pray for your mama. Oh, no. Mine won't listen to me. People won't listen to me. They don't. They tell me that if I want to stay friends with them, I won't bring up the vaccine. If I want a relationship with them, I won't talk about it. Better yet, Holly, if you want to have a relationship with me, you can't talk about Jesus. I've gotten that one too. Roxy, here in New Jersey, that cook has a different meaning. Do you know what that means here in New Jersey? That K-O-O-K word? Kook? Oh, wait. Okay, no, that's two different words. Okay, a kook. All right, yeah. She doesn't think I'm a kook. Okay. My grandma used to say that. A kook. Yeah. That's why I have a dog. I ate a whole bunch of sour heads last night and the night before, and my tongue got burnt, so my tongue is peeling. If you're wondering why I keep moving my jaw back and forth, that's why. You want to see something ugly? You want to see a tongue that's burnt on those candies, sour heads? Here, let me show you my tongue. I'm not sticking my tongue out at you guys. Did you guys see that commercial? I guess it's from Quebec with those kids. And they're making faces at COVID. They are. Wow, Roxy. Your mom now thinks the vaccines killed your little sister. Do you remember way back when Hachi and I had that falling out? I know that we've had falling outs before, but I don't consider him an enemy, even though we're not talking. But do you guys remember back the last time him and I spoke? Remember my chat room? It used to get spammed, and the chat room would just go crazy, and nobody could type anything. I couldn't even grab the person that was spamming it. I can't believe he had the audacity to get mad at me because I figured out that he was the one doing that to my chat room. Remember that, where somebody would come in and you'd just see my chat room scrolling up with like the same old message from like one person, like it had weird symbols and words on it. You remember that? He's spamming my chat room. I figured him out, and then he gets mad at me. I was like, man, Hachi, you ought to be proud of me. You're my friend, and I figured out it was coming from you. Like, you ought to go, good one. I mean, you can't. How are you going to get mad? And we kept banning it, and it wouldn't stop. Yeah, it's because there's a thing on the internet you can get that'll do that. You type in all these weird little looking things, and you can go and chat spam someone with it. I looked it up, and I was like, you figured out how to do that? He's like, no, Holly, no, I don't have time for that. Well, apparently he made time. Now listen, Hachi, I made time for Nightbot, okay? My last name is Baglio, alright? I got bags of stuff in my own backyard to contend with. Trust me, I'm not worried about what's in your backyard. I got my own bags with me. But anyway, no, I lashed out a little bit. I probably got a little snide-tongued with him, so. But I hope he's doing okay. How you going to get mad? I figured it out. I wasn't mad that I figured it out, and then I figured it out it was him. I was like, I've got some good detective skills, don't I, Hachi? I guess not. So if you guys are going to celebrate Christmas, I'm not going to disown you. If you want to have your baby in a manger, I'm not going to disown you. I won't judge you. But I'm going to call it for what it is. And I'm going to call it like I see it. And I know it's going to hurt your feelings. But listen, 7 years ago when I woke up from MK Ultra and I landed in the hospital, December 20th through December 26th of 2014. And I was in the hospital through Christmas. I saw a whole nother side of Christmas, and I will never celebrate it again. Now, yes, I've gone to people's houses on Christmas Day, and they're happy, they're eating, and I'm like, yeah, happy belated Hanukkah. Happy belated Hanukkah. Yeah, Hanukkah, you know, God's fest. Do you remember God? Okay, he's not a baby, all right? He's a full-grown man. Anyway, so, so just like I don't want to be disowned, I won't disown you. But I cannot, as an individual, partake in these things that I know are wrong. I cannot go back, and that would be wrong. Now that I know, and there's no not knowing. So for me to go gather around a Christmas tree and sing my favorite song, Silent Night, which, by the way, is one of my favorite songs, but I'm sure it's probably like the worst MK Ultra song to be sung to an MK Ultra person. Who knows? But now that I know the truth, I'm not gathering around your tree. And that's what was so hard at Mountaintop Church in Bud Lake or Hackettstown. They put a big fat tree right up in front of your face and say, well, we know it's not Jesus' birthday. But you got a pagan idol in your church. And then you're going to sit there as a pastor on your pulpit and tell me how demons can't come into your church. And you're going to have the audacity as a pastor. And you're going to stand there and say, well, no, only people that are Holy Spirit filled and led can say that Jesus is their Lord and Savior. No, you're wrong. There's 2 people demonically possessed sitting in the front row saying that Jesus is their Lord and Savior, and they're not. There's another 4 people over to your left-hand side. They're MK Ultra slaves. They're the farthest thing away from Yeshua. They're here to distract you and take you away from the real Yeshua. You got an idol standing behind you, and it's a tree or a nutcracker or a wreath or whatever you want. So you've already let a pagan deity into your sanctified house of God, onto your sanctified holy land that you've blessed. You've brought yourself inside your establishment, a pagan deity, and then you're going to sit there and tell me that Satan has to work within a certain parameter and he can't do this and he can't do that. Well, you're kind of right and you're kind of wrong. But hey, you know what? You brought all that paganism into your church, so now because you brought the pagan deity into your church, Satan can do whatever he wants now. And Moloch has an answer for everything. Moloch has a little bit of something for everyone. Moloch will tell you, hey, you know what? We know Easter is bad, but it's okay to let your kids color eggs. Yeah, ignore the fact that those eggs are from Ishtar's nest, and the paint that goes on Ishtar's eggs, that's actually the innocent blood of little babies that were murdered. And you take Ishtar's eggs, you put it in their blood, and that's the paint. So while you think it's harmless for your kids and grandkids to paint eggs on Easter, because you think it's fun and it's a little distraction and a little cute game. Hey, let's get down to what your little cute game really is. Now, you decided to do that. You decided to let it in. That is not of God. You're listening to the fake Jesus. You're listening to a version of the truth, but see, Yeshua is the truth. Not a version. He just is the whole truth. Hey, good morning, Tina. Tobis, I was thinking about you, Tobis. Good servant, it's great to see you. Didn't you have a wrench? Hey, Billy Bob the Builder, how are ya? What's that, me drinking? It's green mangda kratom with sugar, water, and a Lipton tea bag. Tina. I had a rough morning, Tina. Abba said I don't expect perfection, but I had a rough morning, but I kept it outside. And I faced off with some of my issues that I'm still struggling with, but it's okay. It's going to be okay because I'm going to keep denying my flesh, because if I do, Satan will flee me. And right now I'm messing up once a day, and that's unacceptable. So not to nitpick, but I want to get rid of that thing in the morning. Constantine screwed up religion. Yeah, Roxy, I celebrate his birthday September 11th too. And then also I got to work on Ephesians 4 and Ephesians 5. So I still got to do that work on the inside. I meant to call a few people yesterday, and I just hung out with Abba, really. But yeah, Abba's really pretty much, yeah, oh, I'm facing it. And I was like, Abba, I won't bring it in the house. I know I'm screwing up. I'm not intentionally trying to push you, but I'm like, oh, I know I can do better. If I have your power, I know I can do better, so I have to stop taking it out of your hands. I rebuke the thoughts, rebuke the thought. So the war is on. So now that I got the demons and the curses and all the bad idols and objects out of my house, they're trying to find a way back in. So it's like that, the battle of the mind, so to speak. But the thoughts that the kingdom of darkness try to invade me with, it always comes with an emotional swing to it. So it's not just the bad thought. Now there's an emotional swing to it. And if I get that fight or flight, the PTSD when it's set off, and I get that flight, and then I go to run, well, where am I going to run to? A pack of cigarettes, a box, so it opens up those doors. So I've been good at pulling back and saying, all right, you can't run, because where are you running to? And where are you running to? What's the destination? What are you going to do when you get there? And do you even have the means to run right now? And what's the point to run? So I deal with the PTSD. I deal with the emotional swing. And then I try to, I say, Abba, I rebuke that thought. Now let me think through it, so I see where they put the emotions, where it's a trigger, what they're trying to get me to do. They, meaning the kingdom of darkness, whether it's a demon or a person under the influence of demons, and he just works through it. And I have to say, like, 99% of the time it works, but that other 1%, that's my fault. And I'm not trying to go against the rift of Heavenly Abba, but that's my fault as a flawed, finite human. And I know I can do better. Yeah, the war is on, Tobis. I am not going to make you give me a bunch of shite for smoking. I'm not going to force you to give me a hard time because I'm smoking. No, I'm going to stay not smoking. I'm going to stay not smoking. You quit smoking, I quit. I quit, Tobis. I messed up big time this morning. So, it's looking like I mess up once a day. But the rest of the day, I'm not vaping. I'm not using any nicotine products. I'm not smoking. I'm not cheating. So the last thing I need is, my holy biblical prophets and my watchmen. The last thing I need is Tobis, Holly. You hiding a pack of butts somewhere? Where's the pack of butts, Holly? Yeah, Now I know I'm flawed. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to flop, but I'm quitting, and I'm going to stay quit, Tobis. I'm going to do what it takes. And if it takes me a little bit of time, it takes me a little bit of time. So what's today? Day 4, day 5 of me not smoking. Day 5? See, I'm losing count. Drop the screw, yep. I'm not drinking soda. That was another thing. Yesterday at the mall, when I sat down, I had a pretzel, and I grabbed a Coca-Cola, and it tasted good. I drank like half of it, and then I threw the other half out. So I'm a lot better. I'm eating. I'm sticking to my promise to Lori. No soda. I can't wait till I have a chance to call Lori and Kim and a few other people. I really want to talk to them and say hi and see how they're doing and pray with them and stuff. But I'm sticking to my promise, no soda. So, and, I'm sorry about the cigarette screw up this morning. Dust off and stand tall facing him, sweetheart. I am. I think I'm doing pretty well, Tina, because I gave up the vaping too. I mean, that was the thing. I stood looking at that nicotine box and I gave up the vaping. I don't know how I did that. I mean, today I stopped to think about it. I was like, oh my gosh, Holly, when you came face to face with it, you were like, nope. If weaning off means I gotta fight a demon, nope, chuck it. There's a few things I threw out by accident, but I'm not going back for them. Like what my godmother gave me, a couple of other things that were handy. I actually threw out my bed sheets, like my bed sheets, like the ones that I bought when I first moved here, February 2020. Tina, I threw out my bed sheets by accident too. So I gotta go out and buy new sheets. I have one pair which is on my bed, but oh well, you know what, good. I don't want to take any chances. Thanks, Tina. Yeah, and Greta too. I got to touch base with Greta. Who else? There were a couple people. Well, Bridge, obviously. You, Greta. There were a couple of people. Honestly, I invited you into my home. James. There was somebody else. Was it MMM? I think Global too. There were a few of you ladies I invited into my home, and I said, if something sticks out to you, you tell me. And I took every detail very seriously, very seriously. And Greta made a lot of suggestions, so I hope it's okay with Greta I say her name. But I'll tell you what, it took a village. It took a village. You're my village. You guys got me through that. So I don't want to disappoint you guys by, running to a box of wine to hide my spiritual gifts, or running to a box of wine because what Patty and Jessica are doing to me is so overwhelming. It's them, their husbands, against me, and I'm being blamed for calling CPS when I didn't do it. It was someone else. And I want to come back and tell you guys, yeah, you know what, I'm actually doing good. Thank you for your support. I needed to have some accountability. Hi, Skylar. My love to you, Skylar. Yeshua blessings. HTV says hello. That's a pretty name, Skylar. But yeah, I want to come back with a good report for you guys. I don't want to let you down. But yeah, I threw out too much from this place. But I feel, honestly, I was thinking this morning to Heavenly Abba, I should keep my videos shorter. But anyway, I thought to Heavenly Abba, now I've gotten rid of all these objects. The vape pen. So it's not just the addiction, but now we have the objects. So we have the vape pen. Sorcerers and witches and occultists can put a curse on my vape pen. They can put an actual curse on the vape juice. Now, because the vaping can be an addiction, the addiction itself is a demon. These people are summoning demons to attack me. So if I got a vape pen in my hand, all I have to do is sigil magic or some sort of magic on the vape pen, and now that's a full board on spiritual attack. And that is stuff that has to be taken seriously. Back when I was stupid enough to date a human boy and let him into my home, which he trashed, I would tell him about these things. And I would say, listen, there's people that are summoning demons out to attack you and me and split us apart. He never took me seriously. This stuff is very much real. I tell people all the time, like my mother, for instance, oh, well, it's your beliefs, okay? Now, I don't believe it, and what I believe is the truth. So, once I get to the other side, whatever I believe, God is going to, just develop that for me, and I'm going to live in my own heaven, because it's what I believe. Oh, my God. Whatever. So, yeah, it doesn't matter what you believe. The truth is, Satan exists. There's a bunch of people that worship him, and they summon him and his minions to go out and strike. Definitely people like me who talk about Yeshua, but also other people who are trying to get close to Yeshua. And I guess another reason why I want people to put Christmas down and really look at Christmas for the pagan holiday it is, and to realize that there is an entity that dominates over the month of December, and it's a warm, fuzzy feeling entity. Not all fallen angels are scary. Not all little gray aliens give off a feeling of fear. Some of them give off a feeling of love. They do. I'm not being condescending or sarcastic. Well, there's an entity that comes along with Christmas, and it's a warm, fuzzy entity. I even love the spirit of December, or the spirit of the holidays, or the spirit of Christmas. Dan Bedondi put on a marathon. Guys, just the only way we learn is to be outside our comfort zone. 7 years ago, I spent Christmas in the mental ward. I signed myself in because I woke up to being used to the super soldier projects and I couldn't speak. And because I was away from celebrating Christmas, and I was away from everybody, Heavenly Abba was able to come in and say, hey, Holly, I got to really talk to you. And I'm glad that you are out of there. And I'm glad that you're not in a place where you're even able to celebrate it. Because, Holly, thank God somebody hears me. Thank heaven. Thank me. Somebody hears me. Holly, finally somebody hears me. Holly, you can hear me. Let me tell you something that's going on. And because nobody else is listening to me, maybe you can go get their attention for me, tap their shoulder and say, hey, listen, guys, something is really wrong with the world. Moloch has way too much force and way too much pull. And right now, it's only a few of us. Really, guys, I was looking at, Now You See TV and Dan Bedondi and certain famous online ministries, even Coach Dave Daubenmire. You look at the amount of people, what are they getting? About 20,000 viewers that are actually watching the whole thing. A lot of them only have a version of the truth. Jesus is the point blank truth. He's not the fluff. He's direct, gentle, firm. He's just the plain truth. There's no spectacularism. There's no extravaganza. The way Moloch makes it. Moloch wants to make the hidden truth sound so spectacular and terrific, and he romanticizes that it's hidden. And then once he shows you the hidden truth, which is all fluff and BS, you're so wound up with stars in your eyes that, oh, I found something hidden nobody else knows in the world. No, see, Yeshua He's the plain truth. He makes it simple and easy. And if we're not listening to just his voice, we're sold out in the world. I really don't think that Abba can use us to our full capacity if we've got one foot in this world and one foot on him. One foot on Christmas, but yet we know that December 25th wasn't his birthday. But we're going to celebrate it anyway because everybody else does and it's convenient. Skylar says that. Oh, Skylar. Thank you, Skylar. I'm really humbled. I have to say, I went through a bad spiritual attack, and after the demons I fought this past week, from December 5th, probably December 4th until December 12th, Heavenly Abba made me feel like a warrior. He actually made me feel like a real super soldier for him. Skylar, I really want to, cast away demons off of people and also cast demons out of people's homes, and I want to make them feel safe, sound, and secure. Because I don't know about you guys, but whenever I've seen a little gray alien or shadow people or something scary, it scares the daylights out of me. I scream so much, I shake, and I want to pass out. Let's make them run away from us. Let's make them run away from us. Gee, yeah, I know Coca-Cola. This is huge. This is really huge. And I love Huntress. Huntress is great because Huntress is like, Holly, I know you're doing the right thing, but you could be beating on yourself while doing the right thing. So there's Lori that says, Holly, you're doing bad and you're beating on yourself by doing bad. But then Huntress is like, okay, you're doing too good, but you're still beating on yourself. You got to let up the reins. I appreciate them. But yes, there's no vaping, no cigs, no drinking, no soda, and I am eating. And I'm juggling it. So this morning I crashed and burned. So with Huntress, I didn't beat myself up. But I also didn't let myself down so much that I fell into Coca-Cola, so I'm doing all right with Laura. You see what I mean? I needed a village, and thank you for the village, Heavenly Abba. And now that I'm thinking about you guys, now I'm going to start praying for you guys. Whatever's going on in your lives and in your world, I pray is smoothed out. Abba fixes and Abba opens doors for you, and he gives you a beautiful sunny day with the birds chirping in Yeshua's name. And I pray this for everyone. Hey, Real Planet. Demons in the nudie. Right on, Skylar. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm humbled. Version is so extreme. Really? That's probably the version they gave me in the Dumbs. Do you know what? This is terrible, but there were a couple of Christmas movies that were funny that came out. Remember the one, Dirty Santa? Oh yeah, Santa's dirty. Yeah, Santa is Satan. Somebody sent me a Facebook Messenger message that says, "Hi, sexy." Can I reach through the airwaves and grab him and just kind of bounce his forehead off the desk a little bit and then let him go? What are you doing? I rebuke you, reject you, and renounce you. Oh God, I hope it's not the ex with a new ID. And seriously, if he did that, it wouldn't surprise me. He takes all you guys like you're a joke. He takes you guys like you're fans. He doesn't realize you're my extended family. He doesn't realize that, you're my blessing from Abba. You guys know you're my blessing from Abba. You guys and me both know that Abba had us cross paths together, so I could have a family. You're not my fans. You're my friends' friends. if I ever want to go out and have fun, I hop on here to hang out with you guys, because, right, it's you guys that I love. Hey, it's Mr. Burns. How are ya? Yes, I'm doing much better, Mr. Burns. My love to you and your wife and all your loved ones. Yeah, crime is getting worse. That's why I stay home. That's why I stay home. But, yeah. I guess it's, I shouldn't even say that, because the second I say it, then people start sending it to me. But, like, I mean, even on Facebook, and it's the truth, I'm not lying, I'm married, right? So these people, like, send you Facebook requests, and they're still like, so tell me about yourself. Where do you live? Are you married? It's like, didn't you just see the basic details? Yeah, I'm married. Where do I live? New Jersey. I just got doxxed. Are you kidding? There's no treasure under it. I have an ex, but there's no treasure under it. Say la, Tobis. I gotta remember that. That's good. I got an ex, but there's no treasure under him. I got a couple of exes. There's no treasures. And sadly, I was stupid enough to look. The last house on the well, now that I'm doxxed, I'll just tell him, never mind. I can joke about this in private. I can't say it publicly because people will misconstrue it. I can't wait to talk to you guys privately to crack that joke. The neighbors don't realize that in doxing me, they actually dox themselves. Actually, I shouldn't say neighbors, squatters, people that I don't want to be friends with. Let's go give Holly a hard time on the internet and not realize the consequences. There's pretty severe consequences. I mean, why would you dox somebody that you live in the same building of? Does that make sense? You know what I've seen happens to people on the internet that get doxxed? I'm not kidding. I don't think authorities and other people understand what doxxed is. Okay, when I say I feel like I'm a sitting duck, people know my location. People abuse it because they don't understand my position or what's going on. They are flagrant. They're idiotic. They don't use their brains, and they just call up authority-like figures to complain. Meanwhile, I'm a public figure. This is a YouTube video. This is a video. On the other side of this video, I have a full and complete working support system, and it's a village of people. I have an attorney. I have more than that. I have more than that. So before you run off to call authorities on Holly, you need to stop and slow down. So me being doxxed is bad. Now, when people get a hold of a location such as mine, now remember, I'm an ex-super soldier. The name James Casbolt might be nothing to you, but there's a lot of people out there, and his name is huge. Now, from my experience in the past 7 years from being online, when somebody gets doxxed, like Tom Arter, and I'll say his name because I was on his panels and stuff, I thought we were friends, but also at the time I didn't fully understand what was happening to him, but I know now. And I've seen other people whose names I really don't know who they are, but I saw their videos and I heard them. Now, Tom Arter, when he was doxxed, people would call his job to get him fired, and they did. I think they even involved Child Protective Services in Tom Arter's life. I've seen Sarah Adams get involved in people's lives, get involved in people's court proceedings where she's had no business being, call Child Protective Services on people that she had no right to call them on, and threaten them and terrorize them to drag them into court on false accusations. And that's Sarah alone. And this is the truth. I have to keep in mind that if you hire an attorney to bring them into court to back you on a blatant lie, then if I have enough money, which obviously I don't, I would then move to disbar your attorney because it's a blatant lie. Now remember, Sarah Adams also has put out that accusation that she said that my ministries and I are plotting to murder her. She's also gone on to move farther than that to say that Terry Joyce is even doing that to her. Stop right there, because that's gone on for years. That what Sarah's doing is gang stalking. There's no legitimacy to it. It's an internet game, and there are laws to protect people like Terry and Joyce and I from Sarah, but sadly you need a lot of money to prove that. You need a computer person to follow IP addresses. Now you need an attorney that even knows the law of internet. Do you know what a retainer goes for to get a proper attorney? 10 to 15 grand. No offense, straight up. Do you guys have $10,000 to $15,000 because I want to put a certain attorney under retainer? Now I have one that I talk to and that I've paid money to, that I ask questions to, that I would go to for anything, which I still do. But see, there's another attorney that actually I really need. Second to that, I got to go hire this other computer guy to come over here and sit at my computer and say, all right, whatever you do, whoever has been attacking my IP address, I need you to print me out a list. This costs money. And it's a lot of know-how. And people run to the internet to hide their crimes. They really do. So people that are gang stalking me face to face, they think, oh, well, we won't do it face to face. We'll just hop on the internet and try to destroy Holly. Well, it's the same difference whether you're chasing me up the stairs or prohibiting me and my dog from even being able to get up the stairs, which has happened on several occasions. Whether you're doing that face to face or whether you're getting on my internet pages and trying to pretend that you're a friend and trying to pretend that you're friends with other people in my chat room when I know you're not, that's the same difference, whether it's online or face to face. It's the same difference. I also want to put on the table that I am fully disabled. I am already a vulnerable individual. There is another set of laws that apply to you because I'm fully disabled, and I am fully disabled. So it makes it worse for someone to do that. Also, if you dox me and you give away my location, did you ever think that in turn you're going to be giving away your location too, and you might have more to lose than I do? Okay, when people are doxed on the internet, there's others, and I've seen on plenty of videos through the 7 years that I've been online. I don't know his name. I don't know what the situation was about. I don't know the before, during, or after, but I'll just tell you about the gang stalking itself. A few years back, I was on the internet. Mr. Burns, I hope that you win the internet so you and your wife can live happily ever after. Don't you worry about me. I already won the lottery, Mr. Burns. Did you see my profile picture with Abba's cross on my forehead? Honestly, Mr. Burns, honestly, deep down inside, I already feel like I won the lottery because of that picture. I got his attention. And now that I got it, I love you. And I want to make you feel loved, Heavenly Abba. You make me feel like the world revolves around me. You make me feel so special. I mean, I know I'm not Jesus, but you make me feel like I'm Jesus. You give me delusions of grandeur because you just love me so much, Abba. Well, I want to turn around and do the same thing for you and to you. And I want you to feel just as special as you make me feel. And that's why I've been putting up such a ruckus down here on earth. That's why I did all that praying and fasting and stomping my feet. And I know I reined you down here, but I just wanted to make sure that I'm right with you now. And if there's more stuff I got to get right, that you tell me what they are so I can get them right now and not later when it's too late and I can't do anything about it. And I just need to make sure that you know that I love you. I need to make sure that you know that, Yud Hey Vav Hey. That's why I reined you down here. In Yeshua's name I pray. I love you and thank you. Amen. So let's get back to this doxing. There was a man, this was a couple years back. I remember I was in a hotel. I can't remember if I was in a hotel staying or if I was in a hotel because I think I was in the hotel room because I was at a conference for a week. But I had brought my cat and dog with me. I'm not sure. Hey, Keepy Eepies. Don't you let those demons chase you. She's sleeping and I see her legs moving. But anyway, I remember watching this guy on YouTube and he's sitting on his porch and you would hear these people drive by, honk their horn, and every once in a while the people at the end of the road, they would stop, throw a beer can at him, and then drive away. So these gang stalkers, they doxed his location, put it up on the internet, and then there were a bunch of other crazy people on the internet that started driving by this guy's house, and then they'd stop the car and call him names, and then they would stand out at the end of his driveway and yell things at him to try to get him to come off his porch and try to get him to come on the sidewalk so they could fight him. You guys don't understand what doxing really is and the extents that people take it. That's why I don't want you to know where I live, because I don't want to have happen to me what happened to that guy. They find out where you live and then they drive up and down past your house and they yell things at you. They call you names. They damage your property. They destroy your mailbox. They throw beer cans at you on your property. Then they try to make you come off your property to fight them. Well, I got a small yard. I have to walk and hike my dog. I have to come off my property to get my dog to go to the bathroom. And with something like that going on, so these other people, Patty and Jessica, have no idea the predicament they put me in. I can't live like that. It's already been 4, 5, 6 months of that have been the worst. A year and a half in total, but the past 6 months have been the worst. And they think it's fun and games and a joke, and no, it's not. And yes, mammon on the earth. Yes, I love you too, Mr. Burns. I love all of you guys. But, yeah, I know what that doxing leads to. I've seen it. I've seen it happen to Tom Arter. I've seen it happen to that other guy. And I also saw it happen to other people I can't remember the name of. Their locations are given away, and the next thing you know, people are driving by their house and starting a ruckus. I'm not stupid. I know what's coming next. I'm not trying to hide my location from my friends. Like, if I go to a conference or I go out, I don't mind pleasantly properly, formally meeting people like, hi, my name is so-and-so, and you just talk normally back and forth, and then when you're done meeting each other, you say goodbye, have a nice day, and walk away. I mean, and then that's it. No further attachments or whatnot. You know, I don't mind being personable and sociable like that, but, you know, the topics I talk about, I mean, people got in touch with some of the trolls that got in touch with me only got in touch with me because they heard me say Commander Casbolt's name. They want him, not me, but they'll use me to get through him, to get to him if they think it's an avenue. And I got to tell you, it's not an avenue. I don't have any contact. I don't have any connection to Commander. I don't know where he is, who he's with, or what he's doing. If you want to get in touch with Commander Casbolt, I cannot help you with that. I literally can't. I just, my hands aren't even tied. I just don't know. Who do I think? I can tell you who they are, Tobis. The ones that doxed me recently. But then, if you know, now that the public knows where I am because I was doxed, hopefully others on the internet respect my privacy. What little there is of it, I actually have none now. I can only pray. Well, no. Heavenly Abba put me in my bubble. Keep her safe in my home and my car invisible to the enemy. Do not let their weapons advance on us. They might see exactly my pinpointed location on the map or in this town. It could be tracking me from my cell or the implants in my tooth back here or the implant back here. However it be, Abba, I want to live out my life peacefully and quietly. I want to pray for people. I want to help do your will, and just, yeah, I want to live peacefully ever after. I don't want this strife in my life, and I don't want you guys to have it either. Aw, Skylar. Hey, Bob. Hey, bless you, Skylar. There's Real Planet. You give it to those trolls. You give it to them. Yeah, I gotta go back to Dick's Sporting Goods. I want to get one of those bottles of mace like Dog the Bounty Hunter has. That way I can stay protected. But you know, once the mace runs out, because mace does run out, and if I'm shaking because I'm scared, Tina, I've been doing so good. You'd be so proud of me. All of you would be so proud of me if you saw my house. Like, yeah, like I walk through my house now and nothing, like the objects, nothing jumps out at me. Although sometimes when I'm walking through my house, like yesterday, because I had brought this back, and now there's no smoking, right? Because it's not just the smoking cigarettes and the vaping. Here's the other thing with the smoking. Oh, let me not forget this big, huge whammy with the smoking. Why I'm making a big deal about it. I wish she was here, Bridge. I think she's going to come forward to the pub. I think she already did come forward to the public, but I'm not sure if you're going to see her in my chat room or not. But her and I are working on a series together. Actually, she's the whole show. I don't want to put pressure on her, but I kind of want her as my co-hostess to Fringe. Actually, once she meets Johnny's going to be like, I don't know who this Holly is, okay? Where are the keys? Okay, we'll get them from Holly and give them to Bridge now. But, yeah, thank you. You and I want to touch base with Greta too. But okay, so the thing with the smoking is, okay, now I'm getting my medicinal cannabis card. Now, the smoking itself can lead to a lot of things. That can be an open door. Now, if I'm smoking marijuana, that can be an open door to lead me back to smoking cigarettes and vaping. We don't want that. Now, I am going to use medicinal cannabis for medical reasons. I'm not using marijuana for recreation. Abba told me to get my license because he can defend me if I am within the law and following the right ways to go about things. Marijuana is legal in New Jersey. Again, I'm not using it for recreation. It's medicinal purposes. I would prefer to take it and eat it, not smoke it. If I take it and eat it, I get all the medicinal properties to it, whereas burning it, you only get 10%. Now, if you got your head in the toilet and you're vomiting and you need instant relief, yeah, you may want to smoke it because then you'll get it instantly and then the nausea will stop instantly versus having to take it, chew it, and let it digest. But see, when I'm using it medicinally, but when I go out and there's other people smoking it, and you're standing in a circle and you're smoking it, that is more of a party. That is more of recreational use. That is more of sitting at the sinner's table than it is properly using my medicinal cannabis. Now, I know sometimes that is the only way I can get it right now, hence why I'm getting my card, so I can go through the right avenues. But standing in that circle is wrong. That's kind of like shamanic in a way. It's used in a party-like sense. And the people in that circle are using it for different reasons. And they're under different deities. And now you're passing a pipe or a piece of glass or a piece of equipment around to each person, and they're under different deities. Now, you inhale from that, you're inhaling their deities. You're inhaling what you're standing in the circle of. Don't forget, what about the pipe itself? Who made the pipe? What deity are they under? Did they make the pipe because they want to party and get people high? Or did they make the pipe thinking, oh, geez, what if, Holly's vomiting and she might need a hit or two just to stop the vomiting so she can go eat a gummy bear, keep it down, and digest it. There's differences, and it matters. Good night, Tobis. Have a great day. Yeah. Roxy, so Heavenly Abba said to me, Holly, now I threw out all my bongs. I threw out even my pipe cleaners. I threw out the little tweet. I threw everything out. And then Abba said, okay, this is, if you're going to use it medicinally, you're going to do it the right way, kid. You're going to get your license and do it the right way. You're not using it to party, Holly. So if you get your license, I can defend you because, well, hey, you've got your ordainment card, your clergy. Now you're going to have your driver's license, your motorcycle license. And because you're using cannabis the right way, we're going to have your medicinal license for it. Now it's the right way. I had to do it this way. Abba may come to you and say, hey, listen, you don't have the money for it. For the license, you can't do it. Now listen, I've been waiting to get my license since I quit my prescriptions, which is in 2014. So, it's taken me a while to get the money to be able to do it. Back 7 years ago, it would have cost me $1,500 to get my license. $1,200 to $1,500 is what it would have cost me in 2014 to get my medicinal cannabis license. So no, You think I'm going to spend that 15 grand on doctors and estate when I already knew I could smoke it? So at that point, I took my $12 and $15 and $1,500 and got what I needed. Well, now it should only cost me a total of $220. $200 to the doctor, $20 to the state. $220 is feasible. Now I can do it the right way. And now nobody can say anything to me about it, you know. But there's other people out there where Abba may say, hey, listen, you don't have the money. You need your medicine. You're going to work directly with me and Yeshua, and everybody else can see their way out of this conversation. I'm not trying to steal from you what Abba's doing in you and with you. Remember, this is my 7-year process, so this is how long it's taken me to get to where I am. It wasn't overnight. Some people it is overnight. Other people, Abba has to work with you. Yeah. Yep. And I don't mean to put so much, me as a person, Roxy, I do put significance on inanimate objects. Let me be honest with how I am as a person. Yeah, I put stock in inanimate objects. Just like my perfume. I got Cool Water and Emporium. I smell them. I love, you know, I just love the smell. It brings me to a better place in my mind. But I don't mean to... But yeah, I have a couple objects that, you know, like my dream book. That's an object. My dream book, my drawings that I make for Heavenly Abba. That whole book is an object, and yeah, I have significance on it, and I'm wrong for doing that. But my dream book is there is no buts. I put significance on it. However, if it came down to the point where I've got to run, I'm grabbing Keeper and Seva and forgetting all about that book. So, but yeah, the drawings I make, my dream book, that's what I want to give to Heavenly Abba and surrender to Yeshua HaMashiach, because I'm making it for him. When I was a poet, I had over 2,000 poems that I had written over the course of my life, and I burned all of them. I got rid of them. And that's when I began with my dream book for Heavenly Abba, because now when I draw or write, it's going to be for him and not for myself. Thanks, Real Planet. Thank you for being my line, my offensive force line. Thank you so much, Real Planet. I appreciate it. I gotta go through my block list and take your other IDs off a block. You know how long that list is? I'll never get through it. But yeah, that mod should not have blocked you. That mod that blocked you is a hypocrite. Because you're not allowed to defend me, but that mod is allowed to go to another channel and promote astral projection. And then she comes back to my channel and calls me and my friends not of Jesus. After she's known us for years. So I'm really sorry about that, Real Planet. I shouldn't have let her get away with that. I should have been like, you are not operating in truth. You are operating in hypocrisy. Give me back your wrench. Yeah, I'm not using like this that I got, really. I think it's more like CBD type. It's not like THC that you get from flower, but I figured between now and when I get my license, Abba said if I wanted to smoke it, he doesn't want me to, and I agreed to that. Once I get my license, I'll put it down. But he said if I wanted to smoke, then just take it, wrap it in a paper, smoke it. That's it. I don't need objects. I don't need fancy stuff. Just do what I need to do for my health, and that's it. And just make it simple. No, I did end up buying a pipe. I did, but I'm not really good at rolling. But Abba just said, keep it simple. It's for your medicine. It's not for any other reason. Same with the wine. The wine is for communion. It's not for running away from my spiritual gifts. And he's the one giving me my spiritual gifts. And here I am running away from him. That's not right of me. That is a direct transgression. So like I said, he was busting my chops yesterday. Oh, you won't have a couple of sips of wine with me for communion, but all the other times you ran to it. I was like, Abba, I'm sorry. But Abba was like, Holly, I'm pleased with you. You know, I get it. So, but Abba has been very kind. Oh, Tina, because I talked to you about my dreams, Tina. He's calmed my dreams at night. I haven't had any. Hi, Lincoln. So, he's calmed my dreams at night. And, hey, just some guy. Just some guy. You're not just some guy. But yeah, Tina, with that whole, because I remember talking to you about that too. Before I even got to Bridge to cast that thing out of here. And I can't believe how easy it was for Bridge to get it out. It just took the confession. That was the easiest demon I had to deal with that day. But yeah, that was a big thing. And I know a lot of people on the internet used it against me. Are you an alcoholic? Oh, you're an alcoholic. Oh, you had 2 pints of beer every night for a week, Holly. Oh, you're an alcoholic. You're an alcoholic. Oh, you had 2 pints of beer every night for 2 months straight. Oh, you're an alcoholic. You're an alcoholic. What in the hell would these people know about alcoholism? They don't even know. They try to buy spiritual gifts with money. No, well, maybe in Germantown, Maryland, I wouldn't have been drinking alcohol if I wasn't miserable where I was. I was literally miserable. I didn't want to be there. I told him I wanted to come home to New Jersey. I am homesick. Oh, you don't want to stay here with us anymore. Did you hear that? She wants to go home to Jersey, where she grew up for 44 years. She doesn't want to live with us. No. You know what? I don't want to waste my money on all that alcohol and all those cigarettes if I was in Jersey. And if you didn't take my marijuana away from me, I wouldn't have had to waste all the money on alcohol. You took my medicine away from me. Now, none of you people can take my medicine away from me with my medicinal cannabis card. All of you can go pound salt. And if you don't like it in your house, that's okay. I won't bring it in your house. I can stand outside like I stand outside at my own house. Yeah. You know, there were some times, I'll be honest, there were some times where I would just have one of those days where I would like, you know, where you get like the cheese and cracker spreads and you get the hors d'oeuvres, and it's like one of those days where you're munching on food, like, or I'll get the pot roast cooking, and it's just like all day long I'm kind of hanging out, putzing, munching on cheese or munching on whatever, and then I'll clean the house and just putz around. Yeah, sometimes on those days, honestly, guys, yeah, I like to get a glass I like to get a glass, fill it up with ice, pour wine in it, into the glass, and then sip on it. You ever have like well, that's in the morning. But you know, like, on those days where I just want to cook like 2 meals during the day, so that way for the rest of the week I can just reheat the meals and I don't have to cook everything, I just have to reheat it. Well, yeah, sometimes I like to pour myself a glass of wine and sip on it. I'm not gulping it down. I'm not doing it to get drunk, but I'm walking around the house, maybe talking on the phone, chopping up vegetables, cooking, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you say Abba, but see, you always have to go before Abba first and say, Abba, this is what I'm thinking about for this day. Is it okay with you? But most importantly, will you join me? So long as you ask him first, so long as you go to him first and you ask him to guide you, he will. And he's not like this strict, horrible person that says, oh, you want to have a glass of wine, take a bath, and then go to sleep? No, thou shalt not relax. No, God's not like that. God says deny our flesh. He doesn't say anything about suffering. However, if I'm going to be the stupid idiot to go and get myself addicted to cigarettes, then I need to be smart enough to get my stupid little butt out of a sling and quit. Now, if I put myself in that jam, it is me that has to get myself out of the jam. It's not Abba's fault. But Abba is merciful because he gives me his power to get out of that jam. I'm going to be honest, people, and I don't mean to be rude, but I hate when people say, well, if God wants to take it from me, he'll take it from me. See, the way I look at it as, we got ourselves in that sling. We landed ourselves in that trap. We've got our own selves to thank. If we want to get out of it, then we have to white knuckle it, start to claw our way out, and we got to give up that pack of cigarettes. We got to show God that we're serious, that we don't want it, and we need to take our choice. We need to take our free will and say, you know what, I'm putting it down on my own. I'm going to go through detox on my own, and I'm going to make my gestures to Abba, and I'm going to show him that I want to give this up. And once I give it up, once I truly give it up, because I want to, I know I should, then maybe once I give it up, he'll help me. But you can't just say, hey, God, guess what? I fell into a pothole. I created the thing in the first place, but then I fell into my own pothole. Now I expect you to get me out of it. And if you don't get me out of it, then I guess this is where you want me to stay. No, I think that we need to make our gestures to Heavenly Abba and pull ourselves out of that. We need to say, God, I'm going to quit it first and then ask you to help me keep it out of my life because I was stupid enough to start smoking in the first place. I mean, come on, guys. This is what I say to myself on the inside. This is what guys, I'm not going to disown you. Now, I know I come down hard on trying to figure out what's right and wrong and trying to figure out the truth. There's no rapture. We get a second Exodus, okay? Mystery solved. Rapture, false doctrine. Second Exodus, the truth. This is the thing about the second Exodus, though, that's going to be so huge. We're not just coming out of Egypt. It's not just a group of us going through one Red Sea parting. You have to look at the earth as a whole and realize we're going through a second Exodus. So we're coming out of Egypt as a whole. And Abba's going to be moving land masses for us to be able to have a second Exodus. So in the Old Testament, get out of here in Yeshua's name. They're upset with me because of what I'm saying. It's the truth. There's no rapture. I know you Illuminati hate that. I can see right now you hate it. We get a second Exodus, guys. We get a second Exodus. There's a book in our Bible called Exodus. Jeremiah 31 talks about a second Exodus. Jeremiah showed up 600 years after the first Exodus when they came out of Egypt through the Red Sea parting. This second Exodus is worldwide. Can you imagine Abba doing it worldwide? Well, he's the grand architect, right? And he's going to be moving all these land masses with tribes of people exiting. And he's going to get us all the way from where we are here now to over there for his second return when he sets up rule and reign for 1,000 years. Can you imagine how extraordinary that's going to look? So, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. There was no rapture. This is impressive, right? It's going to be impressive, Roxy. It's definitely going to be impressive. We're just commanded not to get drunk. Yep. My friends are like, I don't celebrate Christmas, Holly, but my family just put up a Christmas tree in my living room. What do I do? Well, if it's not your house, there's nothing you can do. But what is in your power and what is in your authority to do is to have control of yourself, your own immediate space, and your possessions. You can take authority over them and command the darkness away from them. Even if you are in someone else's house that is a pagan. And I'm sorry, but Christians celebrating Christmas, that you're kind of actually a pagan, but I'll be nice. I'll just say you're backslid. I'm sorry. I can't tell you how much heat I've taken over the past 7 years. My neighbor John, he's like, well, I used to love Christmas. And he'll tell you. My neighbor John will tell you, he goes, Holly ruined Christmas for me. The second she told me it was a pagan holiday, she ruined Christmas, and I used to love Christmas. It's like, dude, I'm not trying to ruin it for you. Trust me, do you know how I felt the same way when I found out about Christmas. Are you kidding me? But then once I found out about Christmas, I had a choice. I had a clear choice. Follow my shepherd's voice or follow Moloch. Following Moloch, you get a version of the truth. The version of the truth is the majority of Christians that don't want to admit they're heathens are going to be celebrating December 25th. And every church in America has a Christmas tree, but they swear up and down they love Jesus. No, you don't. Not with that sight for sore eyes sticking out. No. Oh, but Holly, God knows my heart. So you're going to tell God he's going to be okay with you making a pagan idol holy? Are you sure God's going to bless that pagan idol just because he knows your heart? No. 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 You're wrong. I was wrong when I did that. I got right 7 years ago, and let me tell you, ever since then, I still fight it to go, hey, Holly, I know you want to get swept up in the Christmas spirit, this stuff. No, it's an entity. It's a false Jesus. It's fake. It's fraud. You can either have the real shepherd or you can have a version of the truth, a watered down version. And you know what? I heard somewhere that God can't use you when you got a watered down version of the truth. And you know what? No. God did not use Donald Trump. An entity maneuvered through Donald Trump to set the scenario so that now Jerusalem is the capital for Israel and they can get the third temple underway, which I think is already built. Do I like Donald Trump? Yes, I do. I don't remember him from the dumbs. I'm not trying to pick on him, but let's be very honest to the fact and let's stay in the truth. I'm saved to Yeshua. Donald Trump is the good faction, kind of like Majestic 12. I like him. I don't know what to tell you, but no, he was there to put together this agenda. These things, God told us that these things would have to come to pass. Regardless if the Illuminati are acting out revelation, it doesn't matter. God gave you and me revelation so we would understand what those dark minions are doing. I'm still waking up from the Super Soldier and MK Ultra projects. I don't have all the plans of the enemy detailed, outlined, and on paper right now to give it to you to say, hey guys, this is their plan. But you know what? God gave us revelation. He put that book in my hand and we read it together. The Holy Spirit flowing through us, you and I. He will show us, you and I, how it's going to play out. Dory's here. I love you, Dory. Just some guy, you crack me up. You crack me up. Every time I see that, I laugh. I got to meet Lauza online. He's a good cat. He talks about God. And I like that. I like that. Yeah, like what happened to celebrating Hanukkah and putting down Christmas? I mean, I think that if we're going to have a watered down version of the truth, yeah, Abba can't use us. Because what are we going to do? Just pass on more of a watered down truth? I mean, Moloch has got something for everyone. He's got a fake Jesus. He's got a warm Christmas spirit to make you think, oh, but you know, it's a time of the year and it's just so festive, like. Here, guys. This is why I made such a big deal. My birthday this year. I told you guys I'm not celebrating my birthday this year, and I didn't when I turned 4. I mean, did I? I think I did a little bit. I think I ended up having cake. I don't know. My mom gave me flowers and stuff, but I didn't celebrate my birthday. I purposely made a point to celebrate Jesus' birthday. Because this December, I am not lifting a finger for Krampus. He's not my homie. But here, see, like, I know it's not much, but this was my birthday card to him. For September. Now we know that Yeshua himself was on the Mount of Transfiguration. We know all throughout the Old Testament when they talk about seeing someone that had a face of God or whatever, it was actually Jesus in human form. We know that because there's the Godhead. But on the throne, his Holy Spirit and him in human form. So all through the Old Testament, when they see God in human form, like on, when Moses went up on the mountain, yeah, he was looking at Yeshua HaMashiach himself, God in human form. I think this is so amazing. The Bible is not that complicated, guys. But anyway, on my card to him, I said, I bless you, I love you, I worship you, I praise you, I glorify you, I need you, I want you, I repent and surrender to you. I want to serve only you. Happy birthday, September 12th. Come home soon. Bo Hambiata. Yeshua reigns supreme and undefeated. I love my life, Yeshua, because you're in it. You're everything to me. You're my golden bow and my white hot silver arrow. So that's my birthday card to him for September. I'm not doing anything. I mean, sorry guys, but I don't think it's right that any one of us ever tell God, well, you know my heart. Yeah, of course, he knows our hearts and he searches them. And when I prayed and fasted a couple months ago, and now he's here and he showed up and we're doing the work. Well, he's been here all along, but now, you know, he's definitely here drawing my attention to things. Yeah, he doesn't want me putting up a Christmas tree. He doesn't want me doing it. I know he doesn't want any of you doing it. You know what he'd like to see? Honestly, probably what he'd like to see is if you got your own personal Christmas tree and baby in a manger, he'd probably like to see you throw that baby Satan out. Now that baby Satan can go out with the bathwater. It's him. It's what he wants. And who do we love more? Our Christmas tree? Our baby in the manger? Or do we love him? Are we going to tell him he's going to be okay with us coveting an idol? Coveting a holly wreath? Yeah, I even coveted my holly wreaths. And you know what a wreath is, right? That's the snake eating itself. So do I want to hang up that holly wreath that sparkles because I like it? Or am I going to say, no, it's a pagan idol, get rid of it? I mean, which is it? Do you really want the truth of Yeshua, or do you just want a version of it? Because Moloch has a version. He's got a rapture. He's got man's traditions. He's got things to make you feel warm and comfy, like that Christmas spirit. He's got that Christmas spirit to make you feel warm and comfy. So Moloch's got something for everyone. See, I don't want to be a plastic Christian. I don't want to be backslid. I don't want to be a nowadays Christian. I want to have his truth. And if that means that I took that crucifix that I had from Grandma's casket and I threw it out because the crucifix itself is a broken cross and it's a pagan idol, well, you know what? Good. Because I got rid of the thing of this world that's going to hold me down to this world. Heavenly Abba has my grandma. I don't need a crucifix from her casket to hold on to her memory. It's a false idol. It's a broken cross. That's not Abba. And just having that simple object, whether I have significance on that object or whether I don't have significance on the object itself is wrong. It's in my house, in my possession. That means any demonic entity that is associated with that crucifix can come into my house. And it means anybody summoning these sorts of deities that goes along with rosemary beads and the Virgin Mary and Catholicism, they can find that object hiding in my presence, and that will be a door. That will be their claim to come in my house. You put a Christmas tree in your house, you are letting a pagan into your house, and you are letting the dark side have claim to your property, and they can come in whenever they want because you have a pagan idol. All of those sorcerers and witches and Luciferians doing satanic rituals and satanic sacrifices of animals and babies, summoning these powers and sending them out. Well, you have a pagan idol like a wreath, a Christmas tree, I'm sorry to say it, a crucifix, rosemary beads, crystals, gemstones, something that you are putting before Abba. These deities can now, that you just gave them right into your house. You just gave them a door and a red carpet pathway to march right into your house and wreak havoc on you, because it's the object itself, is that doorway, is that portal. You might pour the blood of the lamb on it as much as you want. You can pour the blood of the lamb on your Christmas tree. It's not going to make it holy. There's just certain objects you cannot do that with, and a crucifix is one. A Christmas tree is one. A holly wreath, my all-time favorite, honestly. It's a false idol. It's still the object itself. It's a pagan object. A pagan object can never be turned holy, no matter how much we want it to. This isn't, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not going to judge you, and I'm not going to leave you. This is what he tells me and he shows me. Now, what am I supposed to do? Hide that and sugarcoat it? Or because I didn't do my hair and makeup and I don't look pretty enough, you're not going to take me seriously? Because I'm not saying it in love. You don't want to hear it? Well, listen. Truth sounds like hate. Yeshua is the truth. Do you know how much I hated to have to come into the truth and really face myself and really look inside? He searches hearts. Now, I'm not going to tell him, yeah, you know my heart, and you're going to be okay with it no matter what. No. He searches hearts. I say, Abba, search my heart. Tell me what's wrong with it so I can get it right with you. Because I don't want to be bossing you around. I am not going to raise myself above you and tell you what you're going to be all right with. Yeah, Abba, you're going to be okay if I transgress all the 10 commandments for December 25th, and you're just going to deal with it. And in the end, you're going to bless me and give me something useful to do. Like, why not give me Holly's dreams and visions? How come you don't give me dreams and visions, God? How come you don't give me dreams and visions like you do, Holly? Well, anyway, you know my heart. I'm celebrating your birthday on Krampus's Day, okay? Listen, my favorite character is the Grinch. When I worked at Pharmacia, my boss, his last name was Ben Joseph. I kid you not. Right from Israel. He was my favorite boss. My dream job was Pharmacia. He got me at the Christmas party a little remote control Grinch car. It was when the movie with Jim Carrey came out. Well, I would put all the files and papers in the little Grinch car, and then I would drive the Grinch car into his office. But I was working 17-hour-long days. My work week was almost 80 hours a week. I was always at the office. But my all-time favorite character is the Grinch. I'm going to steal Christmas, and then I'm going to bury it. I'm not going to let you know where it is, because I want you to keep focused on him and not this Xmas garbage. I want you to keep focused on him. So I'm going to steal Christmas, so you've got no other choice but to focus on him instead. And for the rest of the year, even during the summertime, I'm going to say, bah, humbug. I know that's Scrooge, but I'm the Grinch. I'm stealing Christmas, so you guys are going to be forced to pay attention to Yeshua, and it's bah humbug. Oh, no, Roxy, don't. I'm not trying to give you guys a hard time. Maybe it's just this year you guys know, and then next year you don't do it. I don't know, but for me, honestly, when the ex came into my house and for Christmas 2008, I was like, what are you doing buying a Christmas tree? It's all pagan. I don't celebrate it. Why don't you buy your kid a gift? No, instead he wasted $200 on ornaments and the kid went without what the kid needed. Like, are you kidding me? Oh, well, Holly, you just destroyed Christmas. You're not God. Everybody else celebrates Christmas. That's God, Holly. I would know Jesus, Holly, if I saw it. And what you're telling me, Holly, no, that's not Jesus. Okay, guys. Yeah. Or maybe, say to your family, hey, I know this is awkward, but I've come into the truth, and come next year, why don't we get all done up for Hanukkah? Let's do Hanukkah. That's 8 days long instead of just 1 day of Christmas. You spend all month running your tuchus off just to go, yay, for 1 day. Why don't you this is what helped me make a transition. I figured, I'm going to keep New Year's because I like New Year's. I celebrate the Gregorian calendar as well as the Hebrew calendar. New Year's is one of my all-time favorites. Can't help it. So, but just, this is how I thought it in my own head was, Hanukkah's 8 days. That's 8 days I get to celebrate with people and have fun. So it's not just everything is all botched up into Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Now I've got 8 days to celebrate, 8 days to really enjoy it and have, you know, these festivities. And of course you get to know Hanukkah for the way he wants you to celebrate it and what it means. And I'm still learning the holidays. I don't have them down pat at all. I want to do a show on Fringe with a couple amazing people. Hopefully Silver still want to do it with me. But you get 8 days. You get 8 days. So then not everything is all botched up. Oh, I'm sorry, Brenda. I'm sorry, Brenda. I don't mean to be like that. You know what? Go before Abba. Talk to Abba. Talk to Abba. Always talk to Abba in Yeshua's name. Please talk to Abba. Don't just grab it and throw it. Please say, Heavenly Abba, there's something about what Holly's saying. Can we talk about this? Because I'm brokenhearted and I'm like taking this hard. And I want the truth. Bring me into the truth and what's happening and help me through it. Don't just rip your heart apart. Go before Abba and ask him in and ask him to help you. Honestly, Brenda, it was what? I think a week ago, there was one video I put up about 4 o'clock in the morning. It may have been entitled Come With, because I don't really title my videos appropriately, but honestly, I went and the crucifix that I had of my grandmother that was in her casket, I didn't want to. But Abba told me that it was time to let that go. Because my grandmother wasn't in that crucifix anymore. Neither was her memory. He's with her, so but yeah, I was online, honestly, Brenda, when this past week, from probably December 4th until definitely the 11th, my videos on YouTube talk about, oh, you're going to see me at rock bottom, Brenda. You're going to see me at rock bottom, dealing with gang stalking, a real bad issue. But then I had asked Heavenly Abba, I did prayer and fasting a couple months ago to pull closer to him and draw closer. Well, he accepted my prayer and fasting, and he revealed himself to me, and we went through my house, and it took about 4 or 5 days, and we went through my house to get rid of everything he wanted me to get rid of, and I did it online with all of you. I mean, I had vomit in my hair. I was a mess. And be careful if you watch my videos, because I do drop the F-bomb. Point blank. I just show you what it looks like to go through a spiritual attack, to face the demons I was facing, right down to nicotine addiction demon, to carrying things from my past, like my grandmother's crucifix from her casket. I had a suitcase from the ex. Abba didn't want me to have it, so when I went through the whole process of, because I wanted him to bless my house, but there's more to blessing a house than just walking in and say, well, bless every corner, bless the windows, bless the outlets, don't let any have harm pass over, and I bind and cast out the demons, you close portals. It's more than, and I mean, I bless houses, I've done that, but this time when I blessed my house and stuff, I was like, Abba, can you help me? Well, it turned out to be a process. So we cleaned up my house, and then right now, honestly, the second half of it, Brenda, is that I have to do the work inside. But please go before Heavenly Abba and talk to him. I don't want you to go ripping yourself apart. I want you to talk with him and bring him into it. And just say, Abba, bring me into your truth. And listen, he's not condemning. He's not condemning at all. So, you can get some of these street preachers that God said this and God said that and I rebuke you and you're
from thousands of years, a perverted image of what God has taught us. So we get to the Yuletide, which is...
Has that been playing the whole time? Has Dan Badoni been playing beneath my video the whole time? Yes. Yeah, like, you know what, Brenda? I gotta get Bridge. I gotta get Bridge on here. You know what? I really gotta get Bridge on here. I don't mean to be rude to you guys. Brenda, everybody, Bridge and I did a video Saturday, but it did not videotape. I pressed the wrong things. It broadcast on Fringe. Listen. We're going to do another broadcast, her and I. Actually, I'm hoping that she'll be a co-hostess with me on Fringe Radio for a while. Because I want to do a bunch of videos. I wish I had that one, the one recorded from Saturday, but I messed it up. I'm going to get with Bridge and see when she's available next. Huh. I want you to listen to Bridge because, boy, first and foremost, always go to Abba and talk to him. But if you feel conviction in your heart, Abba might be like, good, we got the spark. Don't panic. But yes, you heard my voice. He's probably thinking, I'm your shepherd, not that Moloch. He's probably jumping up and down going, yes. But no, always go before him and have the Holy Spirit prompt you. Have the Holy Spirit there with you. Abba's not about condemnation. He's not about rubbing your nose in. Well, you did this wrong and you better take a knee and repent. He's not like that. He's more like, oh my God, Ollie, I know it hurts. You've been lied to. It's going to hurt even more when I show you the lie, but once I do, I'll help you out of it and I'll make you feel better. It'll be all right, Holly. You're recognizing the lie. You're coming into the truth. You don't have to do it alone. I'm here with you, my child. And I have a sibling in Christ on the other line. Tina, Tina, the video I did Saturday never recorded. So I don't even have an archived link. I have to get Bridge on and go back all over it. It didn't record on Saturday. You should have heard Johnny. He's like, well, if you weren't a transgressor, Holly, this would have never happened. I was like, what? He was busting my chops. He was trying to get me to laugh. He's like, yes, Holly, you did two things wrong. You pressed the 24/7 button, which doesn't record it. The second thing you did wrong is you went under Nuclear Knucklehead's ID. You were supposed to go under Fringe's ID. Okay, it never recorded. I have to go back and do it. Yes. In the future. Okay, I don't know what the archives are. I will have to get you the archived link. But when we go live in the future, it's actually real easy. It's just fringeradionetwork.com. I have to get the archived links for you because I've done a bunch of shows and I have to find where they are. I have to get those links and find where they are, and then I'll put a list up. But hey, Tiffany, I was thinking of you, sweetheart. How are you? You're my friend Shawty. I love you, sweetie. I love you. Yeah, Tiffany's like, huh? Listen, Shawty, people were playing tricks on me and gang stalking me, and I'm just making sure that everybody knows Shawty's my friend. We've known each other since before the gang stalking started. And yeah, good servant, everybody. That gang stalking is, I'm trying to unwind from it, but it's really hard because I walk my dog 3-4 times a day, and 3-4 times a day I'm back to being disheveled all over again, thinking, now I got to record myself in case in case I'm jumped. You know what, Tina? You're giving me ideas. I'm going to make some more kratom and tea, just one more. I'll go and eat, and then I'm going to focus on Keeper. But, ooh, I wonder if I can round up Bridge. Let's see, typically fringeradionetwork.com, it typically frees up about this time. So right now it's about almost 11:30 my time. Usually Fringe opens up. Like right now, Fringe is open. If I could get Bridge, I could do like a 2-hour show right now. If she feels like doing it over. But see, the thing with this is that there is so much to cover. It's not going to be done in one episode. It's not going to be done in 4 or 6 hours. There's so much to cover. Sure. Well, good. Now you have a big, tall sister, Holly. Because I think Tiffany's my friend, Shawty. If I have the people right. I love my friend, Shawty. You know what? This is a priority. Instead of me just sitting here on HTV, blah, 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 blahing. It's only 9 there in Montucky. It's 11:23 here. Here, you know what? You've wondered about, I was just about to say. I want to take a break from it. It speeds up my metabolism. Well, it stimulates my appetite, so I really don't feel like eating, but it does speed it up. It's great for a pain reliever, but I am waiting to hear back from the state for my medicinal cannabis license, and I can't wait to give it a break. Yeah, well, Tiffany, it's natural. So, like when the kratom wears off, it just wears off. Your body doesn't crave it. You don't want more of it. It's not, your body doesn't chase it. So, even though it has an opioid-like effect on your body, it doesn't, when it wears off, you don't crave it. Like, you don't get addicted to it. It's a lot better form of a pain reliever than an actual opioid or opiate, but it's just a plant. That's all it is a ground up plant. So it's a lot safer. It does work. I remember these plastic Christians looking into it. Oh my God, kratom, it says there's going to be a euphoric feeling. Boy, I'm in so much pain. I'd be lucky to feel euphoric. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. All right, sorry. Yeah, Roxy, it made me lose a lot of weight. It's great for pain. It's great for pain, but yeah, just too much weight loss. I know a lot of people that were able to come off their pain management pills onto kratom, and honestly, it's a much better way of life for them. They're like, yeah, it's not the same as pain pills, but it works, and they don't have the addiction, and it's just a much better way of life for them. Like, instead of me taking my pain management stuff. Okay, perfect. All right, guys, I can't say anything definite, but all right, I'm going to try to shoot for tomorrow to do a broadcast on Fringe. If I do a broadcast on Fringe tomorrow, if it's possible, I will let you know here on YouTube. Aw, thanks, Tiffany. I appreciate it. Oh, you're just Tiff. I'm sorry, Tiffany. I'm sorry for getting you confused. Please forgive me. But I remember you. Yeah. Well, the only reason why I kind of promote it is because it's better than taking the prescriptions I was on for pain. It's better than sitting in a doctor's office and being on all those prescriptions. It's a give and take, It's a give and take. Roxy, I pray for you to gain weight. Yeah, I'm down to 104. I weigh right now. Okay, what I weigh when I came off of my pain management pills and everything else, when I got rid of all my prescriptions, January 4th of 2014, I quit my prescriptions. I was 104 pounds. And now here I am back again at 104 pounds. But that has to do with gang stalking. Straight up gang stalking. But the other part is kratom. But it doesn't help when you're nervous and stuff because of gang stalking. Cool. All right, maybe tomorrow. What we can do is we can broadcast from Fringe. You're going to try kratom. I like it. I use the green mangda in the morning to give me energy and kill pain. Then I'll use the red Bali at night to give me a sedated effect and still kill pain. It's better than being on all the pain management pills that I was on. I was on a lot of prescriptions. A lot. I'm like looking at my email, hoping and hoping and hoping to get a letter from the state now for my license. I can't wait. I can't wait to get my medicinal cannabis license. Then nobody can say anything to me about anything. And Abba can defend me because I am within the boundaries of the law. I'm following the law, his law primarily. But in following his truth and his law, I'm just so happy I can give the Kratom a break. God bless us all. Holly, what can we do? You know what we can do, Roxy? Honestly, we can always ask Heavenly Abba to come and help us, and he will. Tell us what to do, Abba, we'll do it. That's what I do. 'Cause I don't know what to do. I get so scared, you know. I used to believe in the rapture. You know, take that for example. And now that I know that we don't get one, it's like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. And it's a horrible feeling. When I get like that, Roxy, I just ask Abba, help me, come in, help me. Wow. Keeps the conscience clear. Yeah. Yeah. So, but this stuff that I have in my hand, I don't think it's the real. My friends are saying it's really THC. I'm not sure, but I did try it yesterday. It reminds me of like CBD, but it's, I think, the Delta 8 THC, but it's better than the pills, like pain pills, so. I'm a pussy too, Roxanne. I really, honestly, Roxanne, when I woke up that there was no rapture, I also had the suicide programming to contend with at the same time. So that's how I landed at Jonathan Cahn's ministry that one morning in particular. Because I knew there wasn't a rapture. God said, yeah, there's no rapture, that's a lie. But then, because of the super soldier projects, they had me implanted with the suicide programming. And I had to deal with that at the same time. Oh, it is a product of the caffeine family. Yep. That was horrible, though. Yeah, we don't get a rapture. And by the way, you've been programmed by Joseph Mangley to kill yourself right now. The best thing I did was hop in the car and go to Jonathan Cahn's ministry, even though he called the cops on me for it. Oh, yes, he did call the cops on me for it. You know how I always say nice things about people? Yeah, well, so much for his outreach program. Seriously. I showed up at his ministry because I wanted to tell him I'm an ex-super soldier. I don't know what's happening, but my brain is like melting down like an actual soldier. Like these actual veterans, these Vietnam veterans, you know, when they get the shell shock and the mind melt. You know, these soldiers. Okay, that's happening to me. I wanted to tell him that. I was going to ask him for help. But no, instead of giving me help, you know what he does? He calls the cops. Okay, Jonathan Cahn, may the same measure you've treated me with be given back to you when you're in need of help. That was very serious. That could have went a very bad way, and I could have been dead right now. Really? Yeah. Yep, Tina. Wow, Tiffany. I can't wait the last few weeks to get my medicinal card. Right now, I was approved by the doctor. That's paid for $200 that I don't have. And then I submitted everything to the state, I think, almost a week ago. So they said you have to wait 2 or 3 weeks. Your Nazarene friends still love you, though. Listen, I don't think I don't want to use prescriptions. I want to use medicinal cannabis. I should have that right. And that is not a salvation issue. A lot of my friends have to have medicine for their health. If you go before Abba and with Yeshua, Jesus, as your prescription, then you do what he says. That's that. But there's some of us that don't want to use prescriptions. And Abba said to some of us, hey, I gave you that plant for a reason, Holly. Stop worrying about what they're saying and you go use it. They're healthy, Holly. You are fully disabled. You're not healthy. Your physical health is bad. Plus, you've been put through mind control projects in the dumbs. I gave you the plant for a reason. Don't be scared to use it. And don't listen to these other people making you feel bad. Yes, pharmakia is worse. Abba got me off of 33 prescriptions. I was taking 12 actively. I quit them January 4th of 2014. And I've been able to stay off of them because of my faith and because he, the creator, gave me a plant called marijuana. I know a lot of people don't like that, but see, a lot of people aren't sick. I'm fully disabled. I've got a lot of health issues. Geez, even if I didn't have the health issues I do that made me be disabled, just being put through all the MK Ultra and Super Soldier projects alone would have qualified me to be fully disabled. Because I'm just broken from that. Mentally and physically, it has broken me. So I rely on Abba to cure and heal me and make me whole again. And sometimes if it's only the thought I have that, hey, I am cured and I am whole, but really I'm broken and sick, but that thought of feeling healthy and whole is holding me together, well then so be it. At least Humpty Dumpty can feel put back together a little bit more. It's just like wine. Used wrongfully is what opens the door to the enemy. Selah. Yeah. Like I have friends. I have dear friends. They believe in Jesus. They need narcotic medication. They need their pain pills. Kratom ain't gonna work. They don't even want to hear nothing about Kratom. They don't even want to hear about medicinal marijuana. They just need their narcotic pain pills and that's it. Listen, again, Yud Hey Vav Hey is your doctor. Heavenly Abba is your doctor. Yeshua HaMashiach is your prescription. And everybody else can see their way out of your A and B conversation. So I'm not going to tell my friends that have to take narcotic pain pills that they can't have them and that they'll go to hell for it. What I will tell them is, listen, you go to a doctor and you do it the right way and you get your narcotic pain pills. Because then Abba can defend you because you're doing it the right way and within the law. Don't be going to the black market. I know it happens to us sometimes where that's the only option we have is the black market. I get that. Again, it's between you and Abba. But if you can possibly do it the right way, then do it the right way. That way Abba can defend you. But, if you're going to do things the wrong way, then he can't use you. Like if you're going to promote Krampus on the 25th and not him, then you got to get back in his truth. Isn't there studies showing people who smoke cannabis are on brain? Yeah. Cannabis breaks down the MK Ultra programming. When I used marijuana to come off of my 33 prescriptions, Tiffany, I not only detoxed off of them because that's what the marijuana, that's one of the medical benefits of the marijuana, but then it also broke down all the mind control programming and hypnosis and amnesia walls that were programmed in me. It broke all of that down, and I had a flash flood of memories, Tiffany. Just like what Kathy O'Brien, I love Kathy O'Brien, just what she says in her book, PTSD, A Time to Heal. Oh, yeah. I used marijuana to come off my pills. If I didn't use the marijuana to come off my prescriptions, I would have never woken up to the Super Soldier and MK Ultra projects I was exposed to. Thus, I would have never had a chance to turn to Yeshua HaMashiach. Point blank. The medicinal marijuana broke down the mind control programming, and I had a flash flood of memories. So what I started using in January 2014 to get me off the pills and keep me off the pills ended up by September, definitely notable by December 2014. Within that year, I had the flash flood of memories come back. So I wouldn't say that it keeps you, like, if you smoke weed, then nobody can hypnotize you. I wouldn't say that. And I wouldn't say that, no, you're not programmable. But I will say in my specific case, in certain other cases, that because I had used the marijuana to detox from prescriptions, I got a double-fold benefit, and I had all the memories come back. Oh, no, Tiffany. Don't be sorry. I am so glad I had those memories come back, because it gave me a chance to get right with Yeshua. But also, they were always hanging in the back of my head. There was always something still there. I mean, I was carrying around knives named Aaron for Aaron Rothschild, and then Aaron for Aaron McCullum, and one named Moses. I mean, there were certain things that were still hanging on in my life where it was more important that I woke up. Wow, Roxy. Yeah. I remember being trafficked with Max Spears. I remember Max. 1 month after he was murdered, I came forward to the public. I was like, you can't murder a super soldier. You can't do that to us. If he was still alive, all of us most likely would not have met. I wouldn't have come on the scene the way I have. To my friends, yes. I probably would have still found Russ Dizdar, yes, but I would not have come on the scene publicly, honestly. All right, guys, I'm going to grab, what is it, 12? I'm going to grab another cup of tea and then probably come back and hang out with you guys. I'm purposefully staying away from the news because I know there's going to be a lot of false flags and a lot of mind control games going on in the news, and I don't want that to trigger me or upset me. Plus, Heavenly Abba, if you want me to know something that's going on in the world, I trust and have faith that you will tell me. Nope. He's telling me, Holly, do the work on the inside, and Holly, no, I want you to spend time with your friends. Yeah? Just spend time with my friends. Answer your emails. I'm not saying that, guys. Yeah, I want to hang out with my friends. Okay. And you. So I can bring Heavenly Abba with me and I can pray for you. For my 7-year anniversary, he's still here. I still feel his presence, and I really need to feel his presence. I really need him, and I'm clutched onto him so tight right now. Guys, I won't let him go. I keep telling him, oh, no, Abba, you think you're going somewhere. No, Abba. I need your presence heavy in my life. Right now, please, yes. Yes, I will praise and worship you. There will be no festivities on the 25th. No festivities on purpose, no. Oh, it's nice meeting you too, Brenda Simone. Yeshua blessings. But just ask Abba first and foremost. Don't take everything all upon yourself. Don't condemn yourself going, oh my God, I did something wrong. Go before Abba. And just ask him to bless you, bless your house, to keep you in his truth. You know, if you have bad thoughts, rebuke the bad thoughts. If you have condemning thoughts, get rid of those condemning thoughts, because Satan would love nothing more than to attack you right now when you're feeling vulnerable. And if he attacks you right now when you're feeling vulnerable, then you're going to think it's God mad at you, condemning you, and rejecting you, when really it's not. It's Satan playing a trick on you right now. Yes, I want the gift of healing hands. No, I don't want to pick up cigarettes. I know. I got a couple of butts on me. I don't have a pack of cigarettes, but I got a couple of cigarettes on me. They're out in the car. I'm having a feeling that, like, in the mornings, that's like the really, that's right when I wake up, I'm getting pummeled. So I'm going to have to work extra hard in the morning. But that's why I have a couple of cigarettes. But yeah, so I'm going to hang out with you guys, and that you were in Russ Dizdar. You could feel Jesus's. Yeah, well, Roxy, with Russ Dizdar himself. Russ Dizdar himself had such a presence that when you were next to him, yeah, honestly, Roxy, when you stood next to Russ Dizdar, you really felt like you were standing next to Heavenly Abba's chosen. Like, you felt like you were standing next to, like, somebody that God literally said, yep, this is my child, my hand is on him. And, you know, I know that Russ was big into that rapture. Listen, I'm not, but a lot of everything else that Russ Dizdar said, yeah, when you stood next to Russ, yeah, you really felt like Abba's hand was on Russ. And you're like, Abba, I want a calling like that on my life. The way I perceive Russ and the way I perceive Russ to have you, yeah, I want that for me in my life. Oh, absolutely. I get it now on GB. I'm trying to get my eyes on Roxy. As I'm waking up, you say you're waking up. We're doing it together. Honestly, we're doing it together. This whole thing has been a process, and you guys have been here with me through my process. But yeah, Roxy, honestly, I followed Max, and Max is sorely missed. I have a soft spot in my heart for Max and Casbolt and Perrin and all of them. David John Marrow. All right, guys, I'm just going to get some kratom tea, and I just got to put water on real quick. We can talk about Max. You want to talk about Max? He visited me before he left. You know, he visited me. He said he was going to go see his mom. And then his spirit left the earth. I cannot speak to Max's salvation. I cannot speak to his relationship with Yud Hey Vav Hey. And I won't. I'll stay away from that. But I will say this is, when someone dies and people take the person's passing really hard, like what happened with Max, sometimes there is an allowance made that they're able to stay here a little bit to comfort their loved ones in their time of grief. Max's mom went through such a terrible time of grief. Max's passing, it was, everybody took it so hard. You know, Roxy. You know, everybody was affected by it. Where he is now, I'm going to be honest with you, and it's got me in a lot of trouble, but I'm going to do it anyway, you know, because I called his ex. She wasn't his girlfriend at the time he was murdered. She was his ex. I called her out for doing necromancy, and she is a necromancer. She's consorting with dead spirits. You know how everybody's saying, I'm going to lead Max to the gates of Valhalla? Max, I'll lead you to the gates of Valhalla. My foot you will. Oh, my foot you will. You are not leading Max to the gates of hell. I don't care what you believe. I know the truth. You are not leading him to the gates of hell where you think you're going. Now, due to his own decision and free will, Max has already decided his eternal destination, but I'm not going to let any person or anything to lead him to the gates of Valhalla because you think it's cool, all because you don't want to believe in Yeshua. How dare you? No. You know how many people tried to lead him there? Now, I am going to tell you guys, with your own free will, I want to lead you to Yeshua HaMashiach so you get saved and baptized and set free to him. So that way in the future, whenever something happens and you call out to him, he chases away those demons, and when you call out to him, you land in his hand. When you are faced with death and you are faced with fear and you call out to him, that he comes to you and that he saves you. After that, we can work on all the rest in the relationship with them and all that other stuff. But first and foremost, let's get you saved to him. Let's get you calling out his name. So when Russ Dizdar died, it was really upsetting because I wanted to do the resurrection prayer. Now I know Heavenly Abba gives us that prayer, and he says yes or no. But I wanted to resurrect Russ. I won't lie about it. That was the first thing that came to mind, was get me in front of Russ, and I need a couple of prayer warriors. Abba, what's the prayer? Please tell us what to pray. But before he even got cold, everybody was saying that he was dead. It's like, didn't you think about doing the resurrection prayer first before just say, oh yeah, he's dead, done, over, and walk away? No, Yeshua resurrected me. Yeshua himself resurrected. So why couldn't we have prayed that for Russ and Shelley? I'm back. Alright. ShopRite has like these pre-made dinners. And I love like home cooked meals. And one of my favorites is teriyaki chicken. I have a skillet in here and everything, and I try to imitate the Japanese chefs. You know, I got the Benihana recipe for hibachi chicken. Well, anyway, so ShopRite's got these prepared meals, and they have grilled chicken breast with teriyaki. Tastes better than my own cooking. So I think I'm just going to be buying ShopRite dinners. I have the long grain rice in there, but it's good even cold, the chicken. So for dinner is more grilled teriyaki chicken breast. I just have to go get another one from ShopRite. And remember my bananas too. It is so nice to be back to eating. Do you know like the past 3-4 days? I was like, but this is so nice to eat. Even when I was in the mall, I got hungry. I smelled the pretzels. I was like, and then I got it. I sat down and ate. Like my appetite's back, and I'm sitting there and eating too. What a nice feeling. I haven't had an appetite back like this in I don't know how long. Kratom. Where is it? Okay. This is what I want to talk to you guys about. I think this is what I'm going through, what I wanted to talk to you guys about. The 144,000. No, I'm not saying I am one of them. No, I'm not saying you're one of them. Yes, I pray I'm one of them, and yes, I pray you are one of them, if my understanding of it is correct, which I think it is, because Abba always points my eyes to that cross on my forehead, and he always points my eyes to the 144,000, always, and he's always done that to me, and I want revelation as to why. Now, I'm not saying we're it. You know, the elect. If it were possible, even the elect would be deceived, but it's not possible to deceive the elect because Abba's working inside them. He doesn't make a mistake. He's not going to be deceived because he's inside that person. I know a lot of cherry-picking plastic Christians always take that verse and say, oh yeah, even the elect are going to be deceived. Well, of course you want the elect to be deceived because you're already deceived. Yeah, go back and keep praying for that rapture. I'm going to pray to either be a part of the first of 2 resurrections at the 7th trumpet blowing, or I'm going to pray to be one of the 144,000. But I definitely pray to be the elect. I don't want to be deceived. But you know the 144,000? It says they live a pure life. That's what I'm driving at, is that pure life. What are the 144,000 seals doing? How are they living that causes Abba to say they are undefiled, they are clean as virgins, they don't lay with women? What are they doing in their lives to live that clean virgin lifestyle? Whatever it is that they're doing, to be blameless, no lie is found on their lip, they're undefiled, they're pure and clean as virgins, they don't lay with women. Okay, that lifestyle that they have to be pure and clean is what I want for me. I want to live that lifestyle that the 144,000 seals are living. I think that's why a couple months ago when I listened to the book of Adam and Eve, I'm not saying it's fact, but it gave me a whole bunch of ideas. Like, Heavenly Abba, could it have been possible? Like, how were you and Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden? You know, we only have a snippet. What was it like every day? Will you show me? And he did. He did. And you know what? Adam and Eve weren't vaping. They weren't. I don't even think they knew what alcohol was. Well, they were living pure and clean lives. Even once they were thrown out of the Garden of Eden, they were always down on their face asking Abba, well, what should we do? Well, what's this? What's that? What should we do? What's this? What's that? What should we do? And just their innocence with him, they always included him. And I'm not saying the book of Adam and Eve and the Apocrypha is true, but they couldn't fathom living without him. They're throwing themselves off a cliff because they can't fathom living without God. Yes, I want God to mean that much to me that without him, there's no life to me. But just their dedication to him. And they lived pure and clean. So when you look at these 144,000 seals, yeah, what are they doing in their lives that got Abba talking so greatly about them and sealing them and protecting them, and they live through the tribulation carrying his gospel? No, I don't believe that it's only men, because look at Ezekiel 33 watchmen. Women are men too. It's a general term. Now when we're saved to Yeshua HaMashiach, all of us, boys and girls, all of us, we are all called, boys and girls, to be Ezekiel 33 watchmen. The sword's coming. Protect your loved ones. Pray with them. Get them ready. Right? Get them right with Abba. That's an Ezekiel 33 watchman. I'm an Ezekiel 33 watchman. You're an Ezekiel 33 watchman. Just some guy, Tina. Come on. Right? So when it comes to the seals and it says men, I don't take it as it's male only. I just don't. And how would you repopulate the earth with 144,000 men anyway? And by the way, in the first resurrection, when they're resurrected, they are like the angels in heaven. There's no marriage after that point. So how are you going to repopulate the earth if in the first resurrection, the people that you resurrect, they're like the angels of heaven. So they can't repopulate the earth. So obviously, well, that's not true. Because before I was born on earth, I was a girl. Did I have genitalia like I do now? No. Now that I'm on earth, I'm in a female body. But yeah, when it comes to us spirit beings, when it comes to us human beings, yeah, there is a difference between male or female. There's only a couple female actual angels, but there is a difference. Like, my soul is not a hermaphrodite and my soul is not male. My soul is female. Just some guy, your soul is male. Heavenly Abba's soul, his soul is not a hermaphrodite and his soul is not a female. His Holy Spirit is male. So yes, there is difference between male and female. Abba's Holy Spirit is male. It is blasphemy to say that he's female. So there is a difference. There's absolute difference. The problem with Earth is that they're trying to blur the lines between male and female. The thing is when it says, when you're like an angel of heaven, yeah, you're like an angel, as in, this marriage and having kids and stuff like that. Like your earthly life that you had once on Earth, you don't have that earthly life anymore. It's different. It's different. It's like I wish you guys all remembered the time from before you were born, because this would be a lot easier for me to explain to you. There's no sex in heaven. Yes, there is a difference between male and female, obviously, but there is no sex and making out in heaven. It's not like that. It's different it's different. It's so different because you're a spirit being. You have colors. You share your colors with someone. It's not sex. It's not intercourse like we have it. Anyway. Here, I remember, you know how Satan gets you? Since we're just hanging out, Abba told me, focus on getting Keeper today, and then I'm just going to hang out with you guys. I had a rough morning. I mean, I was in my, I had a rough morning with the vomiting. So Abba said, just take it easy. I forgot my tea bag, Should I get a tea bag or just drink it straight, kratom? Tea bag. You know how Satan's minions will get ya? Let's talk about immaculate conceptions and where Satan's minions will get you. I remember, because I'm not allowed to say conspiracy files and use that May because Jamil said that he's going to sue me if I do. So since I can't do that, we'll just use his first name. You come in my chat room, I can do what I want. Until I can block your IDs so I know you can't come back in my chat room, I'm going to have Heavenly Abba speak my mind so I can stay safe and all my friends know who to look out for. And thank you, James Sorsma, for telling me what stalking really is and that Jamil was doing that to me. Obviously, otherwise I would have stayed in that rut, James. Alright, so, you know how Satan's minions will get you? I took, what are my thoughts on the bride of Yeshua? I wish there was only one and I wish I was her. I don't know. I think, I'll come back to that. First, let me finish this. I remember at the end of last year and definitely the beginning of this year at the deli. I don't hang out there anymore because the people, they sit there and preach to me about God and they don't even own a Bible. And meanwhile, in the same breath, oh yeah, I just did this little spell of a witch that a witch does because I want good luck. Well, anyway, this girl would sit there and say, oh, Holly, there's something wrong with you. To go years without having sex, it does something to your brain. It's unhealthy to go without sex and even masturbation. You shouldn't. You have to have sex and or at least masturbate. Obviously, it does something to your brain and it makes you sick and unhealthy. Oh, I see. Robin. So my vow of celibacy you want to destroy because you see how strong I am in it. To deny my flesh, Satan leaves. Sex is denying my flesh. Plus with my spiritual gifts, because I have loaned myself 110% only to Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, he's going to bless me back with all of those spiritual gifts. And I'm sure you, Robin, are very jealous of that because you don't have any. And only being true to Yeshua can you really have them. And if you're going to be screwing around in orgies and cheating on husbands and stuff like that and being an adulteress, yeah, the only use you are going to be is to be, Satan's little whore. People try to tell me there's something wrong with me and I'm radical because I have a vow of celibacy. But see, I'm not the type of person just to run around flagrantly. Now, I understand in my past, in my 20s, I was a clubber and I used to be a partier. But don't think for 1 second that those people I was hanging out with weren't doing the same thing themselves. So if they want to sit here and go, oh, I know what Holly was doing. Yeah, and you were the ringleader and I didn't even do half as much. But you just want to shine that bad light on me to make me look bad so you can feel better about yourself, but you were really the ringleader. Anyway, so these people at the deli would tell me there's something wrong with me, and that actually made me do a double take, and that was why I accepted on one occasion. That was why when Jamil kept getting in touch with me on an occasion that he was getting in touch with me, I actually accepted because I thought that there was something wrong with me because I just, don't. There's nothing in my life. You know what I mean? I've tried to create a family and have a family, but it wasn't right, and it wasn't with somebody that Abba put in my life. It was with somebody that I was trying to fit in my life, but it doesn't work like that. Like Jamil will never See, Jamil's too busy fingering his third eye to love Yeshua. Yeshua already told me he's sending them strong delusion. They don't love him. They're not after him. Abba gave him a chance too, and still the kid turned his back. And then other people will see me doing well in my life, and they'll come in and say, Holly, there's something wrong with you. You're too radical because of how you live your life for Abba, Abba, Abba. Well, wait a minute. I didn't have to trick some dude into marrying me. I didn't have to get pregnant to get some dude to marry me. I didn't have to use my kids to get some dude to marry me. I don't use sex to trap a dude. I just don't use sex at all. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with me. I think really that this world is so fallen and so corrupt. It has no idea what having morals and values looks like. And so when you finally do see somebody like myself that has self-respect and morals and values, I look like a radical. Of course I look like a radical. Look at how you're living your life. You're promoting premarital sex. It's disgusting. You just want to rip apart the orgasm, something God made beautiful for a husband and wife to have, and you're ripping it apart to meet your own sexual needs. Or worse yet, you're telling me there's something wrong with me because I have a vow of celibacy. No, my body is functioning just fine. I don't have any chemical imbalances from not having sex. And, well, ew. You want me to masturbate myself? Ew, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I don't want to touch it. Ew. I'm going to be honest with you. Sex is a big deal. It really is. It is a very big deal. I'm not going to lie to you. You want to get closer to God? You have respect for your body. You have respect for other people's bodies. More than that, you have respect for sex being between a husband and a wife who are married. Look at Zeus. Did you ever look up Zeus's sex life? Okay, Romans talks about it. Deuteronomy talks about it. The New Testament talks about it. Sexual immorality. There is no excuse for it. Look at what Zeus did. Zeus is Satan. He's already been to earth. He's already had kids. Okay? Do your Bible studies. Those locusts that come out of the pit, yeah, that's the offspring of Satan, who is Zeus, that mated with Apollyon, and Apollyon is Zeus's offspring, now made wife. It's no mystery. I know a lot of well-seasoned Christians are going to be like, Holly, I've known Jesus for 30 years. I can't believe this. Yeah, you can't believe it because you got pride and you don't want somebody who's an ex-super soldier, younger than you with less time than with Yeshua, than you, actually teaching you the truth because you're prideful. But get off your high horse. And I know you sat there for 3 years teaching yourself the Bible, but you had no gift of discernment whatsoever, and you ran off the rails with his living logos, which you shouldn't do. Zeus was Satan. Do you see how Zeus lived? Yes, Zeus was born a hermaphrodite, but let's just put that that's huge. These fallen angels, when Genesis 6 talks about the fallen angels coming to earth and mating with human women, they had both genitalia. That's how some of these fallen angels were able to get pregnant. A woman with a penis and a man with a period. Hi, Jody. I love your videos. I love your videos. I love the way you present things near us. So if Zeus is going to do that with sexuality, then that is the one thing I don't want to do with sexuality. You know? Oh, knock it off. Hang on one second, otherwise she's going to start with me. Oh, you bet. You think you told me? Yeah, I know. I gotta brush you. I gotta brush you. The vet's gonna be like, what a scruffy dog, you didn't even wash her. Hey, good morning, WP. I'm just gonna brush her real quick. I didn't have energy to wash her. I'm still building my energy back up. It's good to see you, WP. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. I think it makes me stronger that I don't abuse that part of my life. Like, I mean, I guess for a little while there I was getting so lonely that, yeah, I did make a mistake because I answered one of Jamil's phone calls. Yeah, out of the 30 times he stalks me, I pick up once, but he wants to record me on it. What are you going to do? Record yourself saying how you're not attracted to your current girlfriend, but you want to be with me? I don't think that's a good idea, dude. But, you know, when that, like recently, Abba talked to me about that too. He really did. He said, Holly, you're picking someone that is Moloch's child. These people are already territory of Moloch, Holly. Holly, you don't have the right to bring Yeshua to Robin, Jamil, or anybody else. These people are under the territory of these regional demons. And no matter how much you want to take these people out of the darkness, Holly, you don't have any right to. Heavenly Abba said that I am his. Have a beautiful day, sweetheart. Thank you, sweetheart. You have a beautiful day. I got you. Yeah, it's the trolls. They're going to be like that. Yeah, so Abba's like, Holly. Now this is, you asked me a question, just some guy about the bride. I'll be honest with you, but you're going to mock me, and I'm so terrified. I don't want you to do it like those plastic Christians in Germantown or like anybody else is going to do it. I don't know. Okay, so I ask Heavenly Abba if there is a specific one-person bride. Now, I know what the church says, I know what the scholars say, I know what my siblings in Christ say, and all this other stuff, and yet nobody has a clear answer. People, the Bible says the bride is the New Jerusalem. Some people say the bride is the church and the Christians in the church. If you think he's going to come down and marry a bunch of indoctrinated, dumbed down people that only love a version of the truth and not him, all the truth, you can't call the church his bride. No, it's not. Look at the church. They're all closed down. They're fallen. If that's Yeshua's bride, man, that's more like Satan's bride. I think the Bible, I have to reread it, but I think the Bible says the bride is actual New Jerusalem. The bride is actually the New Jerusalem. We are supposed to be the 144,000 seals, also known as the remnant. People say there's 4 groups of people. One's created from before time, that God knew from the foundations of the earth. Then you have the bride, then you have the remnant, then you have the 144,000. I don't think so. I tend to think there's 2 groups of people. And they're small groups. It's not like millions of people. It's not like hundreds of thousands. It's more like, you have a group of 144,000. I think there may be another group, but it's smaller, a lot smaller. So I think you have the seals. They're chosen, they're elected, and then you have another smaller group of people that are righteous. Enoch says the righteous and the elect. So I think there's 2 groups of people, not 4. I ask Heavenly Abba if there is one certain person that is to be his actual bride. Is he actually going to get married when he returns? Because it's a bridegroom feast. I haven't met the most grown people in Yeshua. I don't know. I think months ago he gave me one word, infiltrator, and I was given a strong impression that they're going to stop the generator getting out. Yes, WP. I'm sorry, WP. I'm sorry, WP. Yes. Yes, WP. Yes, WP. We're on the same page, WP. You don't... We're on the same page, WP. I know you can see. Heavenly Abba, please take my prayers to WP. Heavenly Abba, please keep us connected. WP, Abba is not gonna... Abba will let me go back to say, hi, how are you? To check on people, to say, hi, how are you? But Abba's not gonna let me go back full time like I was. He said, no, no, no. No, yeah, it's... Yeah, that infiltrator is doing... There's more than one infiltrator. But that one infiltrator, there's too many. It just, right from there, it just goes... And, I can't be around that. That's WP, that is disinformation. That is confusion. That is MK Ultra triggers. That is open doors. And if they can't realize it for what it is, I can't be around them anymore because they are harmful to me. Now, I love my coach Dave, but there's some other things going on around him. Unsatisfactory. I cannot tolerate it. No, no, no. And I have asked for help so many times, and I was blocked. And that's not fair. And if I'm going to keep getting blocked, and I mean, Yeah. And that also, WP, if you can see what's in my head, that was stolen from me. Because of that infiltrator. They stole that spot from me. They knew exactly what they were doing. I was their resident super soldier, but I got pushed to the side. They don't want to hear from me anymore. They don't want to hear from me, WP. They're busy with the infiltrator. I used to be the one to speak at their conferences. Not anymore, because she barged her way in. She's got a whole set of disinformation agents up her sleeve. There's no room for me to be there anymore, WP. I was squeezed out. I was squeezed out, WP. That's why I'm not going back. And what a slap in the face. They don't realize how much that hurt me. They were just more important. Well, you didn't ask me for help. Well, actually, yeah, I did. And it was people in your chat room blocking me. I even told people in your chat room, can you have Coach call me? Can somebody have Coach call me? Nobody did anything. I went hungry first, and then I went alone second. I'm not putting my tail between my legs and going back there. What, so they can do it a third time and chop my head off? I go back, Abba told me I go back there, they're gonna me. They're gonna make me the problem, make it my fault, but they're not gonna look at the infiltrators, they're not gonna look at themselves. Abba, I give it all to you. I miss them, but I know I will listen. I won't go back. I am a new creature. You have me going forward. I am a new creation. I am not looking back. I won't go back, Abba. Just like I won't go back in that dumpster and pick out anything that I accidentally threw away. It's out. It stays out. If I made a mistake, I'll just have to go to Walmart and buy new sheets. But I will not go back, Abba. I will stay looking forward. No, it's just a CYA over there. Jody! Yes, and it was hard to move forward, but I did. And I know the truth. If I'm going to sit here yipping for 3 hours, it's going to be on my own YouTube. Oh, you know what I got to figure out? I'd have to pay for it. But it's $7. It's not 12 or 20 like Zoom or Skype. They have this thing called Brave Talk. I think it might be $7 a month. If I can get that, I can get 100 of you up on here on a panel. Like StreamYard will only give you a certain amount of hours per month, so I don't want to start using StreamYard unless I know I'm going to have a panel get up here. You didn't get me upset. You didn't get me upset, honey. That was pain that was caused over the summer, and yeah, it bothers me. It hurts me. She almost infiltrated her way up to Russ Dizdar. She almost infiltrated her way up to Russ Dizdar. A lot of these freedom deliverance ministries are infiltrated. But you also have to remember, these people are in the spotlight. They're trying to rake in donations. They're trying to get their name out there. I'm not doing that. I'm here because I want to meet you. I want to talk to you. I want to become friends with you. Are you trafficked? Or do you know somebody who's a trafficked individual? Send them here. I can talk to them in private. I want to help give counsel to people that are highly traumatized and tortured, just as I receive counsel. You got a house that you want to clean out to bless? I'll sit on the phone with you just like my biblical prophet sat on the phone with me. I'll sit on the phone with you for a week and we'll go through everything together. But you got to be working. You can't just be sitting on the phone yipping. I mean, you better be on your feet going through your house, and we're praying to Abba. You know, it's not going to be a yip festival. You want to get rid of You want to get right with Abba? I'll be on the phone with you to get right with Abba. I love Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. She's good. She's good. I like her. I like Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. She's a good apple. I liked her since the second I laid eyes on her, Roxy. Jody, I'm humbled. I don't feel like an inspiration. I'll tell you what, Jody, your videos you helped me hang in there so many times. Jody, now I know I screwed up that one time with Jamil recently, and I, over Thanksgiving, told him his beard looked disgusting. He looked like a tampon more than a boy. But anyway, bald and then this ugly. Anyway, Jody, when I had a lot of those alone moments and stuff, I remember watching your videos and just hanging on to every word you said. Remember when I fell apart on Kill a Priest? Remember that? I kid you not. I kid you not. It's all bald. A typical, perfectly. And then just here down, it's like, it kind of, I guess, his brown hair is now gray, but if you put stuff in it to color it, it kind of looks reddish. I was like, your girlfriend who you're not attracted to can keep you, dude, because you just made yourself look so ugly. Like, I kid you not. I didn't know he had grown that, and I took one look at it. I was like, that's nice, you're growing your beard. He's like, so here's a look. I was like, you can keep your girlfriend that I didn't know you had. And really, Jody, I didn't know he had one. Jody, I didn't know. I didn't know back in May. I didn't know back in April. I didn't know in August, September. I didn't know in July when he reached out to me. I didn't know in June. I didn't know last year. Oh my God. And everybody's probably sitting there going, well, Holly, you have spiritual gifts. How come you didn't see that coming? Because I'm human, okay? Because I just don't go barging in your house, so I just don't go barging into your personal life. I don't go around Heavenly Abba to use my spiritual gifts. I ask him first. And a lot of times he says no to me. It's not always yes. My mouth moves faster than my brain. Oh, I do that too. Spit out, vomit, and then I'm great at that. But one of the times that one time I fell apart on Killer Priest, it was a combination of things. I was triggered because of the whole priest thing. There were other things going on, but I can tell you another thing is I was kind of lonely. Can liberate us. Yes, he can. I don't know about the bride. I asked Abba, is there like an actual one and only bride? People will generally have mercy and compassion when they see it was a genuine error. It was. But overall, Jody, the point in time has come that Abba said, Holly, we really need to work on these lash outs. Even though it's an altar and stuff, we really need to work it out. So that's where I have to slow myself down. Yeah, you're not allowed to throw your wrench at the host. In all fairness, I have friends. That lash out on me. And they rip me new ones, Jody. Oh, I thought I was bad. All right. I have friends that lash out on me too. And honestly, yeah, I do take it to heart. I'm like, oh no, what did I do wrong? I did something wrong. But in the end, I always take them back. And in the end, I kid you not, there's this one woman, I get scared when I see her emails because I'm thinking, she's going to lash out. Now, she's one of my favorite friends, one of my favorite sisters, but you do not want her to go biker B on you. She's intimidating, man. Ooh, and she reams me out like, it was a backlash. She's having a bad day. I'm here to be her friend. I know it happened. But she's gotten me on a couple of occasions where I was like, Abba, do I have to bring something to your attention that I'm doing wrong and I'm sorry for it? But, yeah, I think Dr. Tenpenny, Roxy, that's one of them. Are you in the chat room, Roxy? That's one of them. She dragged me through the mud. I have her messages to other people where she's dragged me through the mud and blatantly lied about me. And if she can talk behind my back, bearing false witness, I'm going to expose her. Reggie's one of them. She's an infiltrator. Good morning, Greta. It's good to see you. After all her lies to me, calling out Brooke, Holly's not being helpful. She tried to kill Stephanie and manifested a demon to drop Stephanie's garage door on her. Trying to discredit me? Because I won't work with an infiltrator? I didn't need to, because I can do it on a video. I can do it on a picture. All I have to do is look in your eyes and I can tell whether or not Yeshua is shining through you or not. And it's at his will. Let me point blank. I never saw Yeshua HaMashiach shine through that woman, and I never heard my shepherd speak out her mouth. And that is the number one thing I look for in people. If I go into a survivor's video, I'm expecting that survivor to be talking about Yeshua HaMashiach, telling me about their relationship, because if they're not, then that survivor is most likely a disinformation agent, still active and tracking to see what you Christians are doing. Worse yet, they'll be there to distract you Christians away from the real victims who need help, like the ones, me, and the ones in my chat room. They're going to distract you away from the real victims so you don't give us your prayers, your time, your help, your donations. Instead, you're busy with these disinformation agents that are just there to line their pockets and distract you. And while you're doing that, they're doing rituals against you to put more scales on your eyes and more scales on your ears. Hey, good morning, Misty. How are you? It's great to see you. I'm about to give you a wrench, but I'm going to be rotating wrenches. Otherwise, I'd have everybody blue in my chat room, and that might... Yeah, but honestly, guys, like, this is why I love video calls, because I can sit there and you come on a video and I ask Abba, show me. There's been a lot of occasions. I mean, I love people. I love my ministries, but I feel at this point, now that I have gone through this most recent spiritual attack and my 7th anniversary, now that I have gone through this big, huge cleaning out of my life, yeah, Abba is leading, honestly, WP Abba is leading me away from a lot of ministries that just don't have discernment. They're just not listening to his voice. They have a version of the truth, but not the real truth. You know, they're still sitting there talking about a rapture. Well, it's more than you just getting that wrong. It's that you don't even have the right answer. So even if you were to say, maybe I'm wrong about the rapture, guys, you don't even know what the right answer is. Just some guy, that's a good question. Who is the bride? The Bible says the new Jerusalem is the bride when it comes down out of heaven. I ask Heavenly Abba, is there one specific girl who's a bride? Because if there is one specific girl that could be, that I don't know how this story goes. We're going to have to find out. But so far it's been like the best love story of all time. You so love the world that you gave your only son, and now he's returning for a bridegroom feast. And who does your son pick? It's like almost like a Cinderella story, right? Come on, I'm a hopeless romantic. He's the one that hooked me, baited my attention with the bridegroom feast sermon and the Jewish traditions of marriage in the first place. But that whole bridegroom feast story, yeah, that's what he got. That was a story he used that caught my attention. Last I heard, he resurrected to heaven single, no kids. I don't have kids, and so I ask Abba that you're probably not going to come back to get married, but I mean, you're going to be here ruling for 1,000 years. You're probably not an entity like Zeus, who's going to be, you're the creator. So I'm sure sex and getting married and having a baby is not in the cards for you, because you're just God, and you're going to be just God, and you're just going to come to the earth and stand here just God alone, ruling over everybody. This is where the plastic Christians laugh at me. And they can go phooey. And as much as they pound their salt, let me be the first to remind them, they can't get their flavor back. And salt without flavor is useless. It's good for nothing. And it's nothing good. Well, I mean, Abba, all these plastic Christians say, no, you're just going to come to earth and rule for 1,000 years, and that's it. Some of them don't even believe that, and they think it's a figurative 1,000 years. But Abba, I have a question. Since you are coming back, and you will be in your human form, and you will be reigning for 1,000 years, by any chance will you be getting married, and might you be creating a family? I'm just kind of curious what's going to happen. And is it too foolish of me to ask such a question? I don't think it is. Heavenly Abba, since I'm on a roll asking you questions, you know what, Heavenly Abba? If there could possibly be that one certain particular someone, if you might possibly get married, which everybody reassures me that you won't be getting married, you may or may not be ruling for 1,000 years, but you will be back here in human form. If there is that one certain person that is going to be your bride, can I live that pure, clean life so that way when you get here, I can be that bride? I don't want any human boyfriends. I don't want any of that. I will keep myself pure and clean, just like a virgin. And I will stop praying that you put a human boy in my life for me to marry. And I will just live my life pure and clean in hopes that I will be, that I could be, that I could even have a shot to be your actual, literal bride. There you have it. Will you marry me for real, Yeshua? So that's pretty much how I think. Oh, wait. What do you mean it's a spiritual bride? Now you're going to dig yourself a hole on this one, just some guy. What do you mean? Yeshua has a spiritual bride. There is no sex. Well, if there is a bride, there is sex. And what do you mean a spiritual bride? What's the difference? I mean, that spiritual bride right there that you're talking about sounds new age to me. I'm not talking about being a spiritual bride. Spiritual bride. Yeah, James Pollock said, will you be my spiritual wife? No, dude, that's new age. I'm talking about when Yeshua HaMashiach, God himself, has his feet on this earth in human form, standing on the earth, reigning for 1,000 years. Is there a literal bride? And if there is, can I be her? And either way, can I live a life that is pure and clean, regardless of what your answer is, Abba? Because I don't want to live like this world is living. I don't want to be corrupt and filthy like this world. How do you know? It just says in the Bible he's going to reign for 1,000 years. Well, I want to know what's going to happen during that 1,000 years of reign. I mean, Zeus, Satan came to earth, started bleeping everything, literally bleeping everything. Zeus, Satan, even had kids himself. Satan had kids himself. Satan ruined the sanctity of marriage. Satan ruined what sex and orgasms were supposed to be in the first place for a man and woman. How do we know that? So, I don't know. I want to know. You know, that's my question. Is there one real bride? Everybody says no. But see, that's everybody saying no. I think that would be Heavenly Abba's place to answer the question directly to me, and it wouldn't be anybody else's place to answer it. That yes or no should come from him, right? Why are you telling me no when he comes back in his physical reign that it's not possible that he might actually get married? I don't think that's a heretical question. I remember when I got yelled at, I had asked somebody, you know, I know that the Bible doesn't say it, but do you think that they could have raped Jesus? Do you think that, you know, we know they beat him. They stripped him naked. They beat him. They used him as a literal satanic sacrifice. That's why my altars connect with him, because my altars were used as satanic sacrifices and left for dead, literally. So, do you think? And I remember somebody yelling at me. Holly, you can't ask that. The Bible didn't say he was raped, so he wasn't raped. That's it. Da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, wait a minute. Slow down. Who are you to condemn me for only asking a question? Wouldn't it be stupid for me? Wouldn't it be more dumb for me not to ask the question and just to assume things? I think it's much smarter to ask the question than it is just to leave it undone. And no, I think it's an absolute normal question to want to know what specifically happened to my Savior. What specifically happened? And it was an innocent enough question, and I got my ass handed to me. Right. Well, since Satan came to earth and had a bunch of kids already, hey, Heavenly Abba, why did Satan do that? And did Satan do that because he was trying to steal something from you when you return a second time? I have these questions to ask, and nobody on earth has the answers. I can tell you that right now, Abba. Nobody in my chat room, no scholar, no theologian on the face of the earth has the answer for me. Only you do. Why was Satan allowed to come to earth and have a bunch of kids, but you're not going to? Why would Satan have done that if you're not going to? Hey, Lorena. It's great to see you. Oh my gosh, did you see, I'm watching it, Dan Badondi's Exposing Christmas Marathon? Oh my God, Lorena, I'm so amped. Flavorless salt is good for snow on the road. Yeah, just some guys, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, when he returns on his second time, when he's here physically reigning, I'm going to say, hey, Yeshua, by any chance, is there one certain special somebody that's actually going to be your bride? Because I see why Christians say, oh no, it's just going to be him ruling. But then, there's still, I want to know. So how come Satan comes to earth and takes brides himself and has kids? Is that because there's something that Yeshua is going to do? I think it's a fair question to ask, and I want to know. And yeah, I am going to ask Yeshua, will you marry me? Actually, will you just kiss the bride? We've been married for 7 years already. I'm dead serious. My attorney used to say, Holly, every time you call Yeshua your golden bow and you say you're his white hot silver arrow, and you turn to me and you're like, when he returns, I'm going to ask him to marry me. My attorney would say, Holly, I hope he says yes. I hope he says yes. And my attorney would say, Holly, I am nobody to take that away from you. I am nobody to say that he's not your golden bow and you're not his white hot silver arrow. I am nobody to take away from you the fact that you've already been married to him for 7 years. Am I talking about sex? I've already been married to him for 7 years. My attorney always said to me, I'm not taking that away from you. And Holly, yeah. When Yeshua returns and you ask him, will you marry me? I'm going to be standing right there and I'm going to be nudging him yes. And if it's the bridegroom sermon and the bridegroom feast sermon that God used to attract me to him in the first place, I don't think it's the right of anybody to steal that from me. That intimacy, that closeness that I have from him, I think it would be wrong. So many come to Christ in that day. I just concentrate on him as our Savior. Yeah, Lorena. So I know everybody's got their personal opinion and thoughts, and that's good. That's good for you guys, but don't steal something from me because you have your own personal thoughts. Okay? And why would Abba even plant that seed in my head to begin with? Why would Abba use the bridegroom feast to attract me to him? Why would he plant that seed? So yeah, Abba, I want to live pure and clean like a virgin because you're my groom, you're returning, I'm your bride, and when you return, yeah, will you marry me for real? That's how much I love you. Am I masturbating to you, God? No. Am I doing something wrong? No. Is my question to you wrong, Abba? And he says, no, Holly, it's not. Right. So I respect everybody's opinions and everybody's thoughts. But don't look down on me because I'm going to ask him a question and you can't fathom where I even get it. But he's the one that planted the question in my head to begin with. I didn't come up with any of this all on my own. And hypothetically speaking, because I don't have the answer, but hypothetically speaking, even if he did plant that seed in my head just to get me living the way that he wants me to, is not a bad thing. Because secondly, to will you marry me, the second question I will have to Yud Hey Vav Hey upon his second literal physical return is, well, if you say no, which I highly doubt you will, but should you say no, Heavenly Abba, can I take one of those angel stations that didn't want it? You know how Lucy didn't want his position as the fifth cherub? Can I have his position instead? Since he didn't want it, can I have it? Can I be one of your angels? I want to serve you around the clock. I just want to be all about you all the time. In Yeshua's name, Selah. Yeah, point blank. You want to know who I am? That's who I am, and that's how I am with Abba. And you guys better not steal it or tamper with it, because I'm sick and tired of these damn plastic Christians ruining and shitting all over my personal, intimate, active relationship with Abba. I don't do that to you guys, so don't you do that to me and my golden bow. Yesterday was our 7-year anniversary. Nothing's changing between him and I. It's only going to grow stronger. We all have opinions. Now, I won't deny you guys for your opinions, but don't you laugh and mock me for mine. And I guess in the end, we're all going to see how it plays out anyway. We're all stuck in this boat. We're all stuck in this boat, and we better get along whether we like it or not. I was really upset to learn, Lorena, I was really upset to learn about Christmas, but I learned about it 7 years ago when I woke up from MK Ultra. I lost my speaking abilities for 9 months. I was in the hospital for a week over Christmas, and that's how I found out about the truth about Krampus. I'm angry, I'm hurt. It feels awful. It feels like you just learned that Santa Claus is fake after all. Remember how your parents got you to believe in Santa Claus coming down the chimney in the first place? Yeah. Well, then when you find out he's not real, it ruins all the Christmases thereafter. That's how it feels when you find out that Christmas is really pagan and it's got nothing to do with Abba, and it really doesn't. And that is the first obvious lie that is staring us in the face. I won't judge you guys, because I don't want to be judged, and I just poured my heart out to you. I just poured my heart out to you, so I know we're all different, but guys, I love being friends with you. I love your laughter. I love your senses of humor. I love what you think. So I didn't mean to get defensive there. Okay, I'm working on it. I got defensive while I was talking before Abba. I recognize that. I repent for it. I rebuke it. I rebuke it because I felt that I was getting defensive about the one bride thing. You know, I don't know. Most likely it's just going to be God by himself, not creating a family, not getting married and not having a kid or none of that. Most likely it's just going to be him ruling. I get that. But don't steal from me my intimate, active, personal relationship with him. Because that just is not right. And do you know how flattered he's going to be when I come running up to him when he returns on the set on his... I mean, when he returns his second time, nobody loves him as it is now. There's only going to be approximately 144 people left on the earth. Do you know how flattered he's going to be to have some young hottie come running up to him? Yeshua, I made it after 7 years. I made it all this time carrying your gospel just to say, I love you and will you marry me? Because I think I love you that much. Now that's some fire, okay? Now I don't even know what he looks like, so I can't even tell you if I am attracted to him. So this conversation has nothing to do with sex. But I'll tell you what, if there's a man I could literally marry, and I don't know what he looks like, I'd pick Yeshua HaMashiach. Now I know what he looks like in the spirit. Yes, I do. He's revealed himself that way. I don't know what he looks like in person. Well, actually, that's not true. In person, Yeshua is literally twice as tall as me. If you take two hollies and you stack them on top of each other, that is how tall Yeshua HaMashiach is to me. When he walked the face of the earth, he was twice as tall as me. Oh no, when Yeshua returns, I'm running straight at him. He may be mad, and he may be in all sorts of... I see him return, and I'm running to him. Thanks, Greta. We will rule with him, though. Yes. 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 He says we'll rule with him. We're like angels. So that means in the first resurrection we'll pop up. Yeah, we'll be like angels. There's no marriage and having sex. But that's kind of like how I'm living right now, Lorena. Well, I'm married to him, but I mean, as far as like me marrying a boy, honestly, I couldn't, because there's no room on my finger. So I uphold my celibacy laws. So for all intents and purposes, I'm kind of like an angel, but I'd rather put all that sex aside anyway, because I want to be close to him. If he wants me to marry a man, he will put a man in my life. And right now, Lorena, honestly, Lorena, he said, no, Holly. I'll be honest, what he told me in the kitchen, we had to talk about this. And I said, are you going to put a boy in my life? Or are we going to live my life with an idea in my head of, okay, you're my husband, my boyfriend, that's it. You are in that role of my life. End of story. And I'm living the rest of my life like that, with a celibacy, and you with my husband and boyfriend in that role, and that's it. And I live the rest of my days like that. And he said, yeah. He said, yes. He said, yes. What was the word you said, Abba? He said, yes, Holly, you're my servant. It wasn't servant. You're mine, like you're my girl. I am not... he showed me, he showed me he won't let me go. Something like you're my girl, but I don't let you go to somebody else. I don't put you in somebody else's custody. You stay with me, Holly. So, you know how Heidi wears Cam's ring? Okay, she bows down to that and submits to him. I don't. Absolutely not. I submit directly to Yud-Hey Vav-Hey. There's no girl, and definitely no dude, and definitely not somebody else's husband. Just because I'm in somebody else's house, now I got to submit to somebody else's husband, who will then submit on my behalf to Yud-Hey Vav-Hey. Yeah, none of that. I don't bow down to anybody's husband. I don't care if I'm staying in your house. I don't surrender and submit to you ever. I don't bow down to you. I will respect your house rules, and I will show you courtesy. Absolutely. But no, I don't surrender to you guys, ever. Abba showed me I just surrender directly to him, and he's not going to put any guy between him and me. So there will be no Mrs. Oquendo, there'll be no Mrs. Jamil, there'll be no Miss, it's Holly, Yeshua's holy white hot silver arrow. That's it. So my walk is with him, and that's it. So yeah, the solstice, Jody, my thoughts, I think I want to hold somebody's hand and stay in prayer on the solstice. I don't know what it is, but spiritually I'm scared, so to speak. I just love you too, some guy. Yes, I meant to do that. Yes. Listen, I'm not keeping a routine going to ministries anymore. Abba said, spend time with you guys and focus on my broadcast. That's it. Don't worry about the news. Don't worry about anything. Just hang out with my friends. Try to answer their emails and keep up with them. And broadcast. So yeah, maybe Abba, do you know what my married last name was when I was married in my 20s? Mrs. Anderson, not Sin, Mr. Anderson. Well, I think it was Mr. Anderson in Matrix, but when I was married, I was Mrs. Anderson. Yeah. But, you know, it's not about sex anymore. Yeah, I know I'm going through my hormone level, but that's a physical thing. But guys, I tell you, when it does come to sex, and excuse me, the M word included, I uphold my vows of celibacy because I notice that I'm more powerful in spiritual warfare. I'm stronger. My dreams and visions are clearer. Because you're pure, you're pure and innocent, and when you're in that state of being pure and innocent, Abba can talk to you easier. So yeah, when I woke up with that famous musician dude on top of me, he stole something from me, and he did that purposefully to steal that from me. You guys remember what happened in May. But when he made that decision that one time to do that, he stole something from me. And I can tell sometimes that sex is very powerful because of how the kingdom of darkness reacts. There have been a lot of times where, not a lot of times, there have been times where, you know, I've gone out to visit with people, and they know I don't like to be touched. I don't like it, so don't do it. Period. I don't care what your traditions are. This is my body. You have no right to my body. Hands off. You know, not all my friends are saved. Most of my friends are not saved that I know face to face, but I still love them, and they're still my friends. I still need some camaraderie and companionship. I'm not going to disown them. That's nuts. I just won't kneel next to them when I go to pray, because I know my God is the real one, and they have a different belief. But there have been occasions when I have gone out, and I could tell the darkness, the kingdom of darkness, was after something, and the only thing it was ever after was that innocence. And I gotta tell you guys, even something as simple as a kiss, that can suck the life and soul right out of you. And Okay, we're going to have to chat again, just some guy. We will. Sorry I came here to chat. It's just, I figured if I came here, I could talk to all of you all at once. Taking the cheap way out, but really just some guy. I really need to pick up the phone. There's a few beautiful ladies, a few of them that I really want to spend time with, just as I want to spend time with you, just some guy. But I also wanted to let you guys know I'm okay. I'm making it through one of the worst spiritual attacks of my life. I was supposed to go back to the mall. I want to exchange something I bought. I think the people will remember me. I don't think... Oh, unless the mall's open tonight. If it's open tonight, I could go. It's a good idea. You want to see? I probably can't. If you're on Facebook, I put up a gift that I got yesterday from Heavenly Abba, and I named it Ann, short for anniversary. I got some useful tools, but I got to go back out, and I'm going to go buy a big mace bottle like the bounty hunter has, since I'm being gang stalked. And I really don't know who's a friend anymore. I really don't. People pretend to be a friend, and they're not. So, anyway. It was good to talk to you too, just some guy. And it had been a while. And I told you, man, those people impersonated being you to me. They impersonated you, and I thought I was talking to you. You know, for their trickery. For their trickery. May Yud-Heh-Vav have his judgment on them. And that's another thing. I started to pray, like, if somebody... Bear spray. That's it. Okay, bear spray. I'm saying it wrong. Then I'll get the bear spray. Just some guy. Let's go, Brandon. And just some guys in the back going. And I learned it's okay to have a sense of humor. It's okay to laugh. Abba was busting my chops last night a little bit with communion, and he was even saying, lighten up, Paul. You can be too serious even with me. But yeah, most likely there is not one certain specific bride. But that's not going to stop me from asking him, and it's not going to stop me from living like I have an opportunity to be an actual bride. I mean, living this way has been the best way I have lived my whole life. So, who cares if I'm going to ask Abba, will you marry me upon his second return when he's here in human physical form? It's not like I'm going up to God's throne and going to say, hey, you on the throne, marry me. Nah, I'm going to wait until he's in human form and then grab him. You guys will be approaching, I can see it now, you guys will be approaching Heavenly Abba or Yeshua in human form, and there'll be me sneaking up in the back, throwing a net over him and go, no, he's mine, guys. I'm kidnapping Yeshua. Runaway groom. It's runaway groom. You know how they have these weddings in America, and they have like a runaway bride, and like the bachelors go take the bride, and like they go hide her, and then the husband's supposed to go find her or something like that. Yeah, well, I'm going to go hide the groom. He's mine. The bride could also be the bridal party. But honestly, the bride itself, from when I read the Bible, straight up, when you ask me who is the bride, Yeshua's the groom, who's the bride? The New Jerusalem is the bride. The New Jerusalem is the bride. It's not one person. It is the New Jerusalem. It says it right in the Bible. But, you know, I'm a hopeless romantic. I have young altars. And if they want to put Yeshua as my boyfriend, my husband, my soulmate, and my lover in that role of my life, well, then, yes, please do go right ahead. Now, mind you, I'm not into premarital sex, and I'm not into that coveting or masturbation. So again, there's no sex involved in this conversation. But I'm single. He's a single, perfect man. And if I want to make him my boyfriend, husband, lover, best friend, boss, savior, Lord, my golden bow, if I want him to be in that role of my life, then he's going to be in that role in my life, and nobody's allowed to take him out or steal him from me. I have a couple of girlfriends going back 5 years ago, because I know I have one girlfriend now. If she hears me say it, she's probably going to think I'm talking about her, but honestly, I'm not. I'm really not. I had a couple of girlfriends, but there's this one in particular about 5 or 6 years ago. She was just like me, in the sense of she had a nickname for Yeshua, but like, yeah, same thing. She was like, Holly, I'm asking him to marry me. She goes, now I heard your stuff. She's like, but I love him the same way you do. You don't understand. It's like the way that Abba makes me feel is he makes me feel like my stars are lined up. I mean, my name is Holly Baglio, HB. You got the Holy Bible, HB. Well, there's another girl that's just like that. Not Holly Baglio, but similar. You know? Like my birthday is September 12th. I believe Yeshua's is September 11th. She's got the same thing with her birthday and him. A little bit different, but... Now, do you think I'm going to go tell her, no, you can't have Yeshua as your husband, boyfriend, lover, or that? No, you cannot. And when he returns, you're going to make yourself look stupid by asking him, will you marry me? He's not going to marry anybody. He's just going to rule. He's not going to create a family like Adam and Eve. He's not going to... You know, he's not going to replenish the earth. You know, Zeus and all the other fallen angels came here and had kids. But no, our God, he's not going to do that at all. Even though we know Satan takes everything God does and inverts it. Right? Robes washed. Deaf bread. Which... Robes washed. Do you know what, since we're on the topic of sex, and we've been talking about this, maybe I should have brought it up. In heaven, obviously, there's no sex. I gotta get going. Hang on one second. I'm not going right now. I'll say goodbye. Hang on one second. See, like, the time before I was born in heaven, there wasn't sex. You know how you have sex on earth now? There wasn't sex. We were spirit beings. We're spirit beings put in in flesh and bone. Angels are created spiritual beings. Seraphim, Oraphim, they are created spiritual beings. You and I are spiritual beings put in flesh. But when we were in heaven before we were born here on earth, you have the created beings, the angels, the spiritual beings, they're created. And they have their forms and they have their powers and they are created to look the way they are. You and I are spirit beings put in a flesh suit, and we can reproduce. We were meant to purposefully reproduce. That's why we were born either boy or girl. The fallen angels, when they fell, when they were thrown out of heaven, or when they fell, they translated into hermaphrodites. And then they proceeded to corrupt sex and destroy what an orgasm was meant to be between a husband and wife in marriage. But you and I were split between girl and boy, so here on earth we would come together and make one and reproduce, replenish the earth. We were meant purposefully to do that. But before we were born on earth, yes, we were either boy, like Deaf Bread would be a boy, and, Holly, I'd be a girl. Yeah, there were those differences. But you didn't have this flesh suit on. You weren't in the flesh. So if you're not in the flesh, you don't exactly have a body to have sex with. What I remember it being was I was a spirit being. Yeshua HaMashiach was Yeshua HaMashiach. God, I remember when God created me and I was in his workshop, when I was newly created and he gave me life, I was in his workshop. And Yeshua came, he introduced me to Yeshua. And then I saw the rest of heaven. I saw the good angels, the spiritual beings, the created spiritual beings. And then I saw you, some of you I remember, like Anita Rivera, some of you I remember meeting in heaven. And now I see you on earth, like Anita Rivera, Jonathan Kahn, Trey Smith. There's a couple of you that I remember from heaven that now I see down here on earth. But you and me as human beings, before we were born, we were spirit beings. So we were in, our spirit body. We were in our soul. So, you have the shape of your body. If you can imagine it, it's, the shape of your body. That's the shape of your soul. And then from there, colors explode out and off of you. That's Yeshua shining through you. And those colors coming off of you, you almost look like a ball of light, but those colors shooting off of you, that's like his glory covering you, so to speak. But there's no flesh in heaven. But when you went to go share yourself with someone in heaven, like on earth you have sex. There's no sex in heaven. But if you go to share yourself, so to speak, or you are going to shake someone's hand, what you do is you share a color. Yes, I remember the time from before I was born, just some guy. I have drawings up. I've showed you my drawings. I remember when Yeshua had to leave heaven to come to earth to die for our sins. I remember. Oh, I remember. So, we're spirit beings covered in his light. And when you go to share yourself with somebody, or you go to move closer or into a deeper friendship, you share your colors. Your colors will touch each other. And that's it. That's your interaction. I remember when I showed my colors to Yeshua, I brightened myself up. I just let my soul shine, and these colors shot out, and I just showed myself like that. So it was just allowing him to see the brightness of my colors and my soul. And, you know, my colors would mesh with him. If he moved closer, my colors would touch his, and they would mesh together. And that was like, I don't know, what do you say, like a handshake or a hug? But I mean, down here on earth, it translates to weird stuff. It's not the same. So in heaven, everything's so colorful, but your colors touch and they meet. So it's not like sex is down here. You know, look at a man and woman when they kiss. I mean, their mouths are intertwined. You don't know whose saliva's whose and all that stuff. Ugh. Well, there's none of that in heaven, but you would still connect with another spirit or spiritual being by touching your colors and having your colors connect. Ephesians 1:4. I got to read Ephesians 1:4 because I'm dying to find where this is in the Bible. I know he shows me, but I got to find it. So I think I'm on Ephesians 4. You know what? I'm going to read that whole thing, Ephesians, because that's a short canon. So yeah, it's just different. I guess maybe sometimes that's why I have a problem with people looking me in the eye or looking somebody else in the eye, because you can really see in the depths of someone's soul. I mean, I don't have colors shooting off of me, so I can show you my colors and I can show you what I'm thinking or how I'm feeling within those colors. I only have these words to come out of my mouth. I can reach out and touch you with my hand, but it's just different. It's just really different in heaven. You guys are going to love it in heaven. I mean, the colors, the flowers, they have such deep colors. And they sing and they smell. And you can just, oh God, you guys are going to love heaven. You guys are going to love heaven. Yeah, Deaf Bread. You were there. Don't you remember Deaf Bread? Don't you guys remember? I remember some of you. I remember some of you. But I remember there was this plastic Christian couple that kept going, oh, well, one day all of a sudden out of the blue, the lady goes, oh yeah, I have this dream. I think I know. I remember the time from before I was born. Tell me again what your experience was like, Holly. Oh, you say you remember Anita Rivera? What, you don't remember me? And it felt like they were trying to get me to force me to say that I remember them up in heaven from before I was born on earth, when I really didn't. It felt like these people were trying to get me to say that I believe in a rapture when I really don't, just to vindicate them. It felt like they were always trying to get me to say what they wanted to hear, when really that wasn't what Yeshua was showing me. And everything they told me ended up not to be true. Even about the Bible. And they were these well-seasoned, 30-year-old long Christians. And guy, just some guy. I made it 7 years with Heavenly Abba. 7 years, Dory. I can't believe it. When are we taking our honeymoon? First, he's like, I gotta get back, Holly, and then we can go to Aruba. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, honestly, I do believe that Abba today specifically said, Holly, you're my... I don't know the word he used. It was like a cross between you're my child, you're my servant. But he said something like, you're my... and I'm not giving custody of you to a man. That's what he said to me this morning. So, like, there won't be, like, you know, Jamil showing up and then he's going to be my man and God's going to give him the keys. No, pretty much God's going to say, no, I don't want her with you. But this goes to any guy that shows up. Abba's going to say, no, she's mine. You can't have her. You can be her friend, but you can't have her. You're never going to be able to marry Holly because I'm not going to give you that right. I think that's what Abba told me this morning, is that he's not... I stay in his custody. Like, I really got his ring on my finger. Like, I know when I said I married Yeshua, I think now, 7 years later, I am finally truly understanding the definition of what that means. Being in heaven because I was on. And see, we all die, yet I felt like we never died, like God's... Yeah, Deaf Bread, ask Heavenly Abba to reveal it to you. I think I can almost see where you are in heaven from the time before we were born. Because I saw his workshop, I saw his throne room, I saw the fields and the flowers. I've seen the New Jerusalem too, so I have seen the heaven that we have now, but Abba has also shown me the New Jerusalem. They're both so beautiful. I wonder who your angels are that were assigned to you. Maybe Ariel or Uriel? Who else is around you, Deaf Bread? Who got assigned to you? Of course, Archangel Michael. Who else got assigned to you? He's got your back in more ways than one, Deaf Bread. I think the angels, well, I remember the angels in heaven that I met, but I don't know the ones that are actually assigned to me. But I remember meeting Uriel, Gabriel, Michael. Oh, there's another angel named Clarence. Did you guys know that? But I didn't see him in heaven. I met Clarence in 2016. He showed up in my attorney's. There was one night, 2015. Yeah, it was 2015 before I came public. There was one night I was at my attorney's office and I got praying to Heavenly Abba and talking to him, and then all of a sudden I started to see angels. Big, tall ones, like they walked into the attorney's office, but see, the thing was my attorney's office was the second floor, so when they walked in the door, their head was eye level with me, because I was sitting on the second floor. Like, you'd come in the first floor and you'd have to walk up a flight of stairs, and then you'd be up there. Yeah, they'd walk in the door and they'd just be face level. But there was one night, there was about 4 or 5 angels in my attorney's office, And I remember calling him up, and it was a cross between crying and screaming. Oh my God, Yeshua's here. And, oh my God. And he was like, you're partying with angels in my office. I was like, my attorney, let's pray in Yeshua's name. You know, you bind and cast everything out and down. But the angels came. The angels came to me when I realized that I could see them. I could see them. They all came to me. Well, not all of them, but a group of them, I think about 5 of them came to me. And I was like, I can see you. I can see you. You? You're standing right there, and you? And I was like, okay, Heavenly Abba, I can see angels and demons. Was I there? But in the time before we were born here on earth, yes, Brenda. Yes, Brenda. We all had a place with Heavenly Abba in heaven. We were all there. I remember a place where I was with it was a big area. I don't even know how to explain it. It was beautiful. But I remember the other human beings, the spirit beings, to later be put in a flesh suit. So I remember being with other human beings there, so to speak. We were all there. I remember others of us being with just Yeshua and talking to him alone. In heaven, God's everywhere all the time. So if you want to be alone with him, you can be alone with him, but yet he's still with us, or still with me, because he's everywhere all the time. I remember Lucy before Lucifer started the rebellion in heaven, and I remember people flocking to Lucifer, and they would flock to him because he was so beautiful, the most beautiful angel. They would flock to him before Yeshua HaMashiach. And now here we are on earth, and those same people that were flocking to him up in heaven, they're now flocking to him down on earth. But there's just a group of people that just always seem to flock to him and not Yeshua. I think Lucifer tricked them too right out of heaven. But yeah, you were there. We were all there. When you were born, they say Gabriel went, and that's why you have the indent right here, like on your nose and lip. Because if you knew where you came from before you were born, you wouldn't have free will. It would be a no-brainer. You'd want to go right back. Oh, yes, you would. Oh my gosh, it is so worth denying your flesh down here on heaven, which is what I'm trying to do. So the devil flees from us, just to get back up there. This is Satan's world. We're under his rule in this world. We're only going to see Abba if we accept him into our own personal lives, or if we see him working in another person's life who's accepted him. Brenda, you were there. Abba loves you. You were there. I wonder what angels are assigned to you. Hey, Heavenly Abba, will you visit Brenda and Deaf Bread and just some guy? And Heavenly Abba, may I please ask that they feel your presence and the way that you're making me feel, Abba, where I know you're here, and I actually have a little bit of peace where I can sit and enjoy you. Like they say, well, be in the joy of God. Okay, I can be in the joy of God. You know, I've engaged in so much spiritual warfare that I think I can have a few moments to sit here and know that it's you and be positive. But Abba, the way that you are with me right now, will you please go visit Brenda and all my friends, just some guy and Deaf Bread. Will you go visit them and have them feel your presence the way I feel it? In Yeshua's name. But you still have to stay here with me, okay? You're God. You can be everywhere all the time. So even though you're going to go visit them, please still stay with me. All right, guys, it's 1:45. My brown-eyed girl. I've been here for 5 hours. Good. 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 We won't censor Deaf Bread. Deaf Bread always has a spot open on my panel. We won't censor Deaf Bread. Never, never, never. Okay, guys, so aside from doing the internal work that I have to do with Abba, I'll be sitting here with you guys all week. So, he censors himself. Oh, now I see why you said that. Oh, just some guy. Yeah, no, he deleted it. I didn't censor him. He took it off. But I don't know. I wanted to encourage you guys. Don't get discouraged. I'm not going to disown you. I know I'm coming down hard on pagan stuff. I'm not trying to come down hard on you. I got an issue with the kingdom of darkness. I can't hide it anymore. I don't want you to think that I have an issue with you. Even if you don't love Yeshua, I'm not going to toss you out with the bath water. I'm still going to be friends with you. I'm not going to abandon you like that. Like, I'm not going to what I mean to say is I'm not going to disown you. I don't want you to disown me, but honestly, guys, I'm down to the wire. I don't want a version of the truth. I want the whole truth and nothing but the truth. You know, I want to know about the second Exodus. I want to know about Yud Hey Vav Hey sealing us so we walk through tribulation. We see 1,000 fall by our right hand, 10,000 fall by our left hand, but not one hair on our head will be harmed. Like, I want that truth. You know, the way Adam and Eve were. If you've ever heard the book of the Apocrypha, and it's really interesting too. It may not be true or anything, but you got to listen to it because everything it says, the lake, did you hear about the lake up north? Or what about the 5,500 years? Well, these things are touched on in the first 10 minutes of the book of Adam and Eve. It's so interesting. How did the trees... Come on. How did the trees surrounding and on the Temple Mount look? What do you mean the Temple Mount? Well, no, that was Mount Zion, but that was, you weren't showing me the mountain itself. You were showing me that I'm to stay on top of the mountain with you and not come down for any reason. May my cat and dog be with me on top of Mount Zion because I'm not coming back down for any reason. But that wasn't the mount itself. The Temple Mount? Well, I know behind the temple doors, Deaf Bread. I can show you what behind the temple doors look like. But that's the temple doors. The Temple Mount. I can tell you what the trees in the New Jerusalem look like. I can show you what the flowers of heaven look like. They're beautiful. They got colors, oh my gosh, that just seem to sparkle. They're like living and beautiful and sparkly. It's not. The tree is life itself. Can I just show you? Definitely, I want to hear about your dreams. I can't now because when I get off here, I'm getting ready to take Keeper to the vet. And my vet is a distance away, so we're going to have to... I can't today. Maybe later tonight, but that would be tonight at some point. It'll probably be better for me to try to reach out to you tomorrow morning. I'm glad I got to hang out with you guys. Here, I'll try to... I'm thinking about getting my drawings deaf bred, but you've seen them. Okay, guys, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for hanging out with me. I had fun. I just love you so much, too. Just some guy. Deaf bred. Who else is here? Brenda, Dory. Oh, you guys. Uh-oh. Keeper's going to start barking. Oh, Jody. I love you, honey. Whoa. Do you hear that? Stop. No, enough. Stop it. Greta, Lorena, all of you. It's great to see you. I better get going. Because, yeah, the vet is a distance away. Ooh, and I gotta... I never answer numbers I don't know. Block. Oh, I gotta call you guys. Ooh. That's a good phone call. Oh, Tina, Dory, that's a good phone call. That's for my medicine. And I can trust that source, which means if I get my medicine from that source, I can just swallow it. And it's all about, I've really taken this to heart, not smoking. I'm going to need time to work on it. But I just can't wait to get my card so I can get the tincture and do it the right way. But anyway, prepping for Armageddon. Dory do. You know how we prep? Abba never called me to prep food. He never called me to prep that. Not only can I not afford it, but if he calls you to prep, prep. But if he doesn't, I think that's because, Dory, he's calling us to prep on him because he's going to be moving us. And if he moves us, I have a feeling he'll be providing the living water, the living flowing water, his living flowing water, and manna. All right, guys, I love you very much. Thanks for hanging out with me. Also, to everybody that's been tuned in to me, remember about a week ago this time, Remember, I ran that video for 8 hours long that one day, and I was stricken with grief and strife, and I was crying. And you remember, as a week and a half ago? Well, may this video go to serve and let you guys know I'm okay. Gang stalking and demonic attacks really suck. They're very much real, and it creates devastation. I love you, Tina. I love you, Dory. I love you guys so much. It's great to hang out with you. I hope to see you guys again. And yeah, I would definitely like to do panels and get you all on here. But we'll talk in private and we'll talk in the background. But I better get going. I got to brush Keeper and get her to the vet. The vet's going to be like, nice, Holly. You don't brush your own hair. You don't brush your dog. You just show up. Oh, well. I love you guys. Thank you so much for making it possible for me to get my dog to the vet. And I'll see you guys in a couple hours. I love you very, very, very much. Thanks for chilling with me. Thanks for letting me talk to you and get used to walking in my new shoes. Oh my gosh, guys, look, it's a start. I went 5 hours, no vaping and no smoking. This is my first video that I have done, I think, for that length of time. Guys, I was working in my life. He's working. I just got to remember to leave him working and not screw up on cigarettes. Yes, Abba. Yes, Abba, I'm sorry. I will go right now and take the couple of cigarettes I stashed for tomorrow morning and the morning after, and I'll go get rid of them. I really screwed up this morning, Abba. I wasn't trying to be slick or a snake. Just, it seems like every morning it's that one cigarette in the morning, and then after that, I'm good for the rest of the day. But if I'm going to kick it, I really need to kick it now. Yeah, because that's a slippery sucker. See, yeah, my holy biblical prophet was right, because, you know, there's some people when they drink and they put the drinking down, they have to stop completely. They can't go back to it whatsoever. That's me with the cigarettes. That's me with the cigarettes. So, like, I don't have I got wine in my fridge. I'm not tempted now. It's there for communion. I know I've used it as a escape route, which was wrong, and it was abusing his grapes, so to speak. But the cigarettes for me, guys, yeah, I can't be trusted with them. I can't be trusted with nicotine. Oscar, it's great to see. Honestly, I'll tell you right now, I had a bad morning. I'm not going to hide anything. I wouldn't want to. Just like I'm not going to hide this. I'm going to leave it out on my counter. Not hiding anything with THC, none of that. But when it comes to nicotine, Tina, I'll get her done. But, yeah, I'm somebody where there's just not one cigarette a day. You got to get rid of all of them. So I was stupid. I did buy a pack of cigarettes. I had 2 drags of one. I threw it out. I felt so guilty. Then I got back home. I started vomiting. I had 2 more drags of a second cigarette. It squashed the vomiting, if that sounds weird. I threw that cigarette out. Then about an hour later, I went downstairs, and I'm like, you know what? I got to take care of this pack of cigarettes, because I've been talking about this pack of cigarettes, and I'm not hiding one. And I broke down. I bought one. So what I did was I took my pack of cigarettes, and I drove it down to Deaf Bread, and I drove it down to my neighbor and I said, listen, I know you see my Facebook. I'm like, yeah, the cigarette, it's kind of hard for me, but you know what? Here's like 3/4 of a pack. I don't want to screw up. I'm just going to give them to you. I never brought the pack in my house. I didn't bring it in my house. But then Abba's saying, no, you can do it. Tomorrow morning, we can do this. Yeah, I can do this. I can do this. I can quit this cold turkey. Wait a minute. I've been quitting it cold turkey. I haven't weaned myself off, except for that one cigarette a day. I've been doing it. I am doing it. What am I sweating one cigarette for? Okay, guys. Thanks. Thank you. I'm going to go get rid of the couple of stragglers. I'm not going to worry about tomorrow morning. I think maybe Abba can take care of it. So, I'm sorry, Abba. All right, I'm going to go break the other ones. I promise you I will break them. I might sneak a drag of one before I break it, but I will break. I think I have 3 out in the car. I'm just going to break them. Maybe I need to do this repeatedly. See myself give it up. See myself break it. I do have altars. Abba doesn't expect perfection, but he expects the honesty, and I want to heart after him. Okay? Tina, I'm going to go outside and get rid of the rest of them, okay? I will break them. Again, you know what? I got to tell you. It's going to remind me of breaking the pack. I think you heard this story when I broke the act. It was a full pack of butts. I just went and I broke them all. All right. Let's go break this habit again. Let's break that, because this is how it weasels back in. Tina, it's weaseling its way back in. I always go back to smoking. So here, let's cut it off at the pass right now. We're going to go break the demons. They're outside. I'm not bringing them inside to break them just so you can see them broken. No, it's staying outside. I'll break them outside. But yeah, they're trying to sneak back in. So let me go stop them now before they get too far ahead. I rebuke that thought. I rebuke the bad behaviors I had this morning. I repent and confess for them. And thanks, guys, for holding me strong. Can you break your carton? Yes, you can. I wouldn't, though. I'd try to return them to get my money back. I love you, Lincoln. It's good to see you guys. Thanks, Tina, thank you for the strength. I'm going to go break them. While it's trying to weasel its way back in, let's break it, because we knew this was going to happen. They were going to sneak back in. Let's go stomp them out. In Yeshua's name, I bind and cast them down. I'm going to go stomp them out. All right, guys, I'll see you later. I got to get Keeper ready. I love you.